Wow, this is so cool. I have 1 month before I cough up another 20 smacks. Can I outsub Hat?
Hello! I'm an idiot. Hello for real, with my voice outputting to the captioner. Good job, me. Good to see you being honest with yourself. Yo, dang it. But yes, hello! Welcome to part 2 of the 2023 Games I Played tier list. This is not every game that I played on stream. This is every game that I could find evidence of me playing at all over the entire course of 2023. So there were 101 games in there, and being me, I was truly capable of talking about... There were some of the games that I had to put on the tier list last stream that I could have talked about for an hour and a half all by itself. But that's just being me, baby. Played 100 games in 2023. Yeah, basically. I didn't finish 100 games. I did finish a lot of games last year, actually. But before we get into video game talk, because that's going to be the whole stream, the twerp songs that I was just playing off of their album New and Improved, which is a good album. Not my favorite of theirs, but a good one. One of the tracks on New and Improved lists Chris Hadfield as one of the artists who worked on that track, which is interesting, because Chris Hadfield is an astronaut. He is an astronaut that is Canadian. I believe he's from Toronto, and he is very present in... He's present in, like, being a public figure, I guess. There's been a lot of astronauts, as in people who have been to space. There's a lot of astronauts who, or rather, you know, some people have technically been to space, but not, you know. He spent, I think he was on the ISS multiple times. And I believe each time he goes to the ISS, he brings an acoustic guitar, and he's posted videos of himself playing the guitar on the ISS. So, you know, he's the kind of guy that appreciates music, and he is like one of the most public-facing astronauts, I suppose. My mom met him at an event in Toronto that she had attended in a professional manner. And allegedly, Chris Hadfield was just a real man about town at this event. He was chatting everybody up, telling stories, laughing, having a great time. Very personable fellow. And allegedly, he also would bring his guitar, the same guitar that he brought to the ISS. He would bring his guitar to this kind of event, and he would play music. So he is a very cool dude by all accounts, and I got a big kick out of him being on a twerp album. But it makes sense in a way, because twerp is a band that very much prides themselves on being Canadian, being like I believe they are from the Toronto area. I may be wrong, but they pride themselves on being Canadian, and apparently, not only did they get Chris Hadfield to participate in the New and Improved album, which is... It's an interesting song. It is... Here, I'll play a little bit of it. We're not gonna play the whole song because it is very lyrics heavy, and I have trouble talking when there are lyrics happening. Where is it? Re-entry. Here it is.
Weightlessness is such a joy. Floating around effortlessly like a superpower for almost half a year.
So that is Chris Hadfield doing like a half narration, half storytelling type thing over the course of this song, and it is a song that is talking about his experience being in space. It is talking about his time on the ISS, and most notably, as the song title implies, it is a song about the experience of returning from the ISS. And so it's a fun, jaunty tune. It's a neat song. It tells a very specific story. And has, like, kind of a educational children's cartoon kind of vibe to it.
6 months in space, climbed into my pressure suit and climbed into the Soyuz and strapped back into my chair and got ready to undock from the space station.
Yeah, so it is a song wherein he talks about the experience of re-entry, about the experience of returning to Earth after having been on the ISS. Very, very cool. Apparently, this was not the only collaboration that Twerp had with Chris Hadfield. Apparently, they played a show together at a major event in downtown Toronto some year or two ago. Very, very cool. I cannot imagine how excited they must have been for the opportunity. This went long enough to have a part 2. Yeah, okay, so, video games. Let's return to the tier list and see the current state of things. So, here is the tier list as it currently exists. So, more games in S tier than any other tier. Some people surprised by Cyberpunk being so high, but Cyberpunk is just fun. Like Cyberpunk 2077 is a fun video game. And poor Rogue Tower. I wanted to like that game more than I did. But then it's like, wow, Hat, you already covered a lot of games. Did this really need to be a part 2? And then I scroll down further and reveal how many games are yet to be discussed. And, oh god. Yeah, this did need to be a 2-parter. I didn't plan on it being a 2-parter, but... Did you play the free version or the paid version of Backpack Hero? I have played both, but I was a backer for Backpack Hero, so I have played the paid version, which I think is generally pretty good. The story mode definitely needs a lot of work. The story mode is not great, but you don't have to play the story mode. The rest of the game is still fun. Gonna have to watch or at least skim the VOD for a few specific games I did last time. Yeah. I've met several astronauts, but it's only ever been attending talks they gave to a whole room and getting to ask questions. Yeah, no, Chris Hadfield is definitely the kind of guy that, like, he'll do that kind of thing and then spend an hour or two after the fact just, like, hanging out near the stage talking to people. That's just kind of his vibe.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah! Getting to actually talk to someone like that sounds amazing. Yeah, I mean, you just need the opportunity, you know, but... Anyways, so, you know, the VOD is available for me talking about all of these games, but if you have any more arguments to make, I guess we could cover those as we go, but let's put a new game on the tier list. Dungeons of Aether. Dungeons of Aether, I didn't really know what to expect going in. I went in pretty blind. I knew that it was a game that had a lot of dice shenanigans going on, and I knew there were cute furries in it. TK64 must have been a short conversation. It wasn't. But it, yeah, it's not great. Did not age great. Dungeons of Aether. I think Dungeons of Aether is a great game. It is pretty tight in terms of, like, playing through the game start to finish. Each of the playthroughs or chapters or whatever you want to say, each section of the game that you would be playing through with each of the characters, it always felt like something interesting was being introduced, either by getting to play a new character or by some new twist being introduced to that character. And the items that you could get could really change the way that you would play each of those characters. And even the character that felt like they had the least going on still had a lot of cool things to do towards the end. And so even with the playthrough that I did, I kind of honed in on specific builds for each of the characters pretty quickly, and I saw a lot of people talking about different builds that they did, and the differences in how you had to play on hard mode and stuff like that. I had a good time playing Dungeons of Aether. There were some things that I probably would have done a little differently. There were times when the fact that a lot of the effects you would be getting were randomized. So sometimes you would end up in situations where, you roll a set of dice to determine how this next turn is going to go, and because of the way the dice rolls end up, you just don't actually get to accomplish anything. And that was frustrating at times. Just situations that it was RNG-based problems. And I never really had any points in the playing through the game, playing on normal mode, where I got stuck. I don't think I ever got a game over? But despite never having too much trouble while I was playing, there were definitely a couple of fights that felt much more difficult than they needed to be. And those challenges, like, when it felt like there was a fight that was way harder than it needed to be, I felt like it was not due to what I was doing. It did not feel like it was my fault that a fight was going sour in that particular way. Plenty of fights where I just fucked up and made the fight way harder on myself for no reason. Oh yeah. I'll own up to those, but there were some fights where it's just like, well, my opponent stole all of the dice that I needed to make this fight not suck, so darn. The part that worked the worst was the gimmicky construction of the final boss that messed up builds. Yeah, like, sometimes with a game like that where you can end up with a variety of builds sometimes is just incidentally, oops, you know, your build does not actually work here. I don't think it was as bad about that kind of thing as it could have been. I mean, I think about stuff like Slay the Spire, where it's just like, oh, you've got a combo deck put together? Well, sucks to suck, buddy, but the last boss is the dude that limits the amount of actions that you can take before he forcibly ends your turn. Anyways, overall, I liked the writing a lot. I thought it was well written, very charming. It made me, like, interested in the world of Rivals of Aether. So, pretty good. Yeah, Artemis is a very hot lady. Haha, ha 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 ha. Yeah, good game. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I definitely played too much Xenoblade Chronicles 3. In that, I went out of my way to do, like, all of the side quests. And I did a lot of grinding to, you know, try and max out a bunch of classes on a bunch of characters. I feel like overall I tried to do too much. And so towards the end of the game, it was much better about this problem than Xenoblade 1 and 2 were. Because it continues to have, like, pretty great and engaging content all the way through. But, you know, we'll start with a negative and then get to the positives. Much like the other Xenoblade games, it struggles towards the end, and I think the game's too big, in a way. Was it 2 or 3 that had my cat wife? Both 2 and 3 have pretty good cat wives. But I liked the one from 2 better. Too much game in this JRPG. Yeah, well, I do think that Xenoblade 3 does not suffer from that kind of thing as much as 1 and 2 did, because the auto-battle system solves some of the monotony, but even the auto-battle system does not solve the problem of, even if I do not have to actually take the actions in the auto-battle mode, the actions still take all of that time to get through. Like, it needed some kind of system. Fucking every RPG ever needs the Earthbound system of, once you are sufficiently more powerful than an enemy, then when you walk into them, you just, like, punt them into space. That is the kind of feature that more games need. If you're gonna let me over-level and get to level 99 or whatever, please let me not waste the time of dealing with random scrubs dragging me into fights. But yeah, the upsides of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. The combat system is so much better than Xenoblade 1 and 2. Lots of fun to play for the most part. I think the interactions between the various classes were pretty good. You could end up with some pretty interesting team loadouts, and I think a lot of that is thanks to having a larger party of characters to work with. I think that helps out a lot. I also just loved the story. I loved the writing in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I felt very invested in the stories and the lives and the backstories of so many various characters. Like, there's a lot of really good side story characters, like characters that only existed in side stories that never got voice lines or anything. Just characters that you would interact with regularly. And that's something that the Xenoblade series is really good about in general, just having interesting things going on in the world and having interesting characters to talk to and interact with, and seeing their story progress as you progress through the game, and sometimes the way that various side stories will have like a knock-on effect for various characters. The fact that the flute is so important to the initial player character also features so prominently in the soundtrack kicks so much ass. Yes, like, it's something that they nailed in Xenoblade 2, and it's something that they did even better in Xenoblade 3, of design decisions being informed by design decisions. It felt very cohesive in a lot of ways. You know, the main battle theme, like the primary battle theme that you will hear the most throughout the course of the game, prominently features flutes. That's great, because the flutes are so important to the story. They are so important to both of the main characters. It is something that feels impactful, and it's something that does not lose its impact over the course of the story. In fact, it generally becomes even more impactful over the course of the story. Because over the course of the story, it becomes more and more of just like, wow, this thing we've been doing with the flutes has been helping the bad guys all along. But it's not just the literal act of doing the thing with the flute. It is the sentiment of the thing that they are doing with the flute, and that sentiment is so integral to, like, the overarching story and just who the main characters are and what they're trying to accomplish. It works out great. I love Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Was it one of the best games of last year, or the year before, or whatever? Is it one of my favorite games of all time? Probably not. But it is really great. If you are in the market for playing some long-ass video games, I think all 3 Xenoblade games are worth playing. I don't think you need to play Xenoblade 1 and 2 to fully enjoy Xenoblade 3, but there are things in 3 that lose a lot of impact if you have not played 1 and 2. Especially some stuff towards the end. Some stuff towards the end definitely leans very heavily on things from Xenoblade 2.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Feekfek.
Thank you very much for the 7 gift subs, Dan. They've gifted 1,242
Dan
subs.
Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub
Good
to
Lord.
Sarah_Von_Silikit. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Nuclear McGinnis. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Cat_. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Zondik Knox. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Scene_Sarahi. Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to Albisk Knight.
We're free! So, yeah. Xenoblade 3, fantastic JRPG. Made me tear up at the end. I was getting a little teary-eyed. And there's one point, like, 2/3 of the way.
Happy New Year.
Thank you very much for the $25 donation, Dan. There was a point, like 2/3 of the way through the game or so, that also hit me pretty hard. It is a game that has very, very strong emotional moments that I think were very well done, and they wouldn't have hit the same if they did not do such a great job of making you care about the characters. The character writing is just really great. So yeah, Xenoblade 3, loved it. Fantastic game, ended really well, still need to play the DLC. I think I bought the DLC and just haven't played it yet. But yeah. Peglin! I have not played Peglin in a while, and Peglin has gotten a couple of major updates. I have not played since before they introduced the second playable character. But the time that I spent playing Peglin, I generally had a pretty good time with. I think it does struggle in some ways with its design of how the higher difficulties work and how you are expected to approach the game when you are playing on higher difficulties. I do think that there are, speaking of the game as of the time that I was playing it, the game did struggle a fair bit with certain builds, certain orbs that you would be granted as options to take as rewards. Just really not being, like, it felt like some of the options were poorly balanced, in a way. But that problem aside, it is a really fun game. If you like Peggle, and you like run-based games, I think it mixes those two things very, very well. You know, there are some boards that don't work as well with certain builds and so on and so forth, you know, usual run-based problems. But solid game. Solid game, solid experience. I don't know how much it costs these days, but it's probably worth the money. Game's got orbs, 10 out of 10, no notes. Yeah. We're putting it up in A tier, baby. I liked it. Yeah, I am interested in going back and checking it out again and seeing what the updates since the last time I played have done for the game. Like, how much it is improved by the stuff that they have added. Because one thing is it did feel like it needed some more variety. So maybe they've added more variety since the last time I played, but I don't know. I can't believe you put that game in that tier. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. Or I'm not sorry at all. Bro-tato! Bro-tato is one of the most interesting of the auto-shooter survivals that I played this last year. You know what, let's just do a pile of auto-shooter survivals here. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a lot of them, huh? Oh, we're gonna be talking about this for a bit, huh? Alright. That's fine. I played a lot of ass this last year. Okay.
I have strong opinions about video games.
Thank you for the resub talks. Brotato is one of the most interesting because it kind of merges auto shooter survival, Vampire Survivors type gameplay with some auto chess vibes with it. Auto chess being a genre of game where you have a set of characters, like you have a set of units, and the various units will have different like classes or types that you will get bonuses for having X number of this type of unit on your team. You can merge units of the same type to make them stronger. And when you actually take all of those, when you have your little team, in order to build your team, you buy units from a shop. And the shop will like present you with a random set of units, and you spend money to buy those units, and you earn the money by doing well in the fights. And so it makes much more sense seeing it in action. But the main gist is, in between fights, you are presented with a random selection of options that could make you stronger for the next fight that you do. And the strategy is determining which things that you want from the shop and whether it is worth the money to spend money to re-roll the shop to get new options. And they utilize that in Brotato, which is really interesting. So instead of the gameplay stopping to present you with a choice of a new upgrade whenever you level up, instead, the game is wave-based. So you do the regular auto shooter survival stuff of, walking around and firing your weapons at enemies, trying not to get hit and collecting, resource pickups. And then at the end of the round, you go into the shop. And then you can buy items, which just stack up, and you can have as many of those as you want. And then you can buy weapons, and the weapons kind of act like units in an auto chess, where if you have 4 gun weapons, then the guns all increase your range increases based off of how many guns you have. And then there are some guns that deal more damage if you have a higher range stat. So sometimes you benefit a lot from having a lot of weapons that are just guns. But there are some weapons that are both a gun and an element. So you get the benefits from having a gun type weapon and an elemental type weapon. And you could just buy 6 pistols and that's your loadout. Or you could merge the pistols together to get a better pistol, and then you have a pistol and an SMG and a shotgun. And so on and so forth. Mechanically, it is really cool and interesting, and there's a lot of different classes, and a lot of the classes do drastically change the way that you play the game. There are some classes that have extra weapon slots at the cost of various detriments. There's one class where you get cash by not actually killing the enemies. There are some classes where there's one class that makes the arena that you fight in smaller. And there's one class that makes it bigger. The classes do have a pretty great variety to the ways that they change the gameplay. I don't think it's super well balanced. There are definitely some classes that feel like, oh, I just need to do the things that are generically good. there are some classes that if you try to just play the game the way that the build wants you to play the game, sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you just need to play something that is just like, I'm just gonna use a bunch of ninja stars. The ninja stars, one of the best weapons in the game. But yeah, it struggles from having some rough balance in places, but I think, especially if you're into the auto shooter survival type game, it's definitely worth a look. I would generally put it in A tier. I definitely liked it enough. You know, I completed a run with every character in the game as of a certain update, and got all the achievements, and had a good time doing it overall. The craziest new thing Potato brings to the table is it tells you what items to do. Yeah, sometimes the builds kind of just shape themselves, which is not super exciting, but what are you gonna do? 20 minutes till dawn. I think this one is maybe the most well-balanced auto shooter survival overall that I played last year. It suffers from having a relatively limited set of weapons and upgrades. It does not have the variety that you really want out of the genre. However, the weapons and the characters and the upgrades that are there are generally fun to use. It feels like the game is pretty fair front to back. The meta progression upgrades definitely help, but they don't really break the game in the same way that meta progression will often do in this kind of game. And I think Hollow Cure is actually pretty good about that as well, in a different way. What rank will Dungeons of Dreadmore get in 2025 when you forget that it's Dungeons of Dreadmore and launch it again? Probably another low C. But yeah, 20 minutes till dawn. It definitely does not have a massive amount of content, but I think what content is in the game is fun, well-balanced, tightly designed, and there are some of the weapons and some builds that really feel like they've got some good fun stuff going on. It doesn't do anything super new or crazy with the genre. I think it's just really well made fundamentally. I'm not saying the exact order within the tiers is generally not entirely representative. But anyways. So, hey, Hat, you said that Hollow Cure did some balancing things pretty well. What do you mean? And also, what the fuck is Hollow Cure? Hollow Cure is a fan game of all of the HoloLive VTubers that is an auto shooter survival. And also it has a little house that you can make for your VTubers. And also it has a fishing minigame and a farm and a cooking system, and you can cook meals to get bonuses during your runs. And it's a weird fucking game. It is genuinely one of the best auto shooter survivals out there. Even if you don't get the references, even if you don't know who the fuck any of these VTubers are, it's a fan game. I think it might be a fan game made by one dude. Directly to Dark Cloud 2 tier? Yeah, kinda! VTuber fans are wild. Yeah. It turns the Vampire Survivor-like into an actual game. A little bit. It is... So, each of the VTubers... How do I approach this? Okay. So, each of the characters has a unique weapon that they start with. The unique weapon will have unique upgrades, and will have something unique that it does. And I don't think you can get the unique weapons of any other characters while you, like, other than by just playing that character. So every character, at the very least, starts every run pretty, like, feeling very different. And then there are stickers, and stickers are upgrades that you can attach to your primary weapon to get specific benefits. And those benefits will generally just apply to your primary weapon, so there's a lot of focus on each character's primary weapon. But the primary weapon is generally particularly designed for each character, because each character will also have unique upgrades and passive effects that only that character will get access to. And you can unlock each character having an activated ability, and every unique character will have an activated ability. And like, the activated ability works very well with that character's unique weapon and their unique upgrades and their unique passives. And then, on top of all of that nonsense, you also have the regular gamut of, like, generic weapons that any character has access to, generic upgrades that every character has access to. You know, it even has the thing where it's like, oh, if you have this weapon and this weapon, then you combine them into a better version of that weapon. And then it goes even further beyond of, if you have the combined version of this weapon and this item, then you can combine those two to get an even better version of that that combined weapon. And that also will also, like, clear up an item slot and stuff. It's a very weird game, but in terms of being a good a good auto shooter survival, I think it's one of the best. It has some of the most interesting things going on with its mechanics, and not in the same way that Brotato is, where Brotato will change. Like, Brotato has different fundamental stuff going on with it. HoloCure is still fundamentally very similar to Vampire Survivors, but the things that makes it its own game are pretty cool and interesting. It also has, like, real boss fights, and it gets fucking hard. Like, I still have not beaten every level in this game, despite having every meta progression upgrade, because some of the later levels are just super hard. Because it introduces a lot of enemies that, like, will have area of effect type things going on. It has projectile enemies, it has mini bosses, it has regular bosses. The more I'm talking about it, the more I'm realizing that I'm putting HoloCure in S tier, because I think, like, it's just really interesting. It's really cool and interesting as a video game, despite being a VTuber fan game. silly VTuber game harder than Halls of Torment? Yeah! Genuinely, yes! And next up, we've got an unfortunate entry into the auto shooter survival genre that I experienced this last year. Bioprototype is a game that I wanted to like a lot more than I did. And in many ways, the game struggled the most by its UI being bad. The UI in Bioprototype is quite bad. However, the system of how it worked, all of the weapon and item systems together, I think has a lot of potential, and maybe it's gotten much better since the last time I played it. But you start with a brain, and then you attach a weapon to the brain by a spine, and the spine will determine how the weapon, the organ, is activated. And then from that organ, you can attach another spine segment, and sometimes that spine segment will branch off into multiple lines that you can line up more spine segments that have different triggers, and sometimes the triggers will be activated by something that the organ to the left of it is doing. It does a lot of really cool, interesting things, but it's very hard to get a good feel of how those systems are functioning because the UI is rough. The UI is just pretty bad. And so, I'm putting it at, a low B, because I think it is a very interesting game. Maybe it's a high C. It's low B, high C, because I think if it had a much better UI, it would become a really worthwhile experience within the genre. But even just talking about it, it's hard to really get all of my thoughts across about the game and what the game is and how the game plays, because it is just a game that is difficult to play. Yeah, I hope that it gets more work. I hope that it really comes into its own. I could go check. I could go check the last time that it was updated. Bio prototype. It was last updated in September. I don't know if this game is gonna get there. Yeah, the most recent patch was in September, and the patch notes just read, added Ukrainian. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get there. Sad. It had a lot of potential. But what are you gonna do? Such is the way of the world. Sometimes. Soulstone Survivors. I played the demo of Soulstone Survivors and was quite disappointed in it. I thought that it really did not utilize the aspects of the auto shooter survival genre that makes the genre good. But I was willing to admit that at the time that could have just been because, the full version, I had played the demo, so the full version of the game could have added, more levels, more upgrades, more meta progression systems, more variety to the game. And to be fair to the full game, It did. It did add all of those things. But I think the game suffered a lot from introducing a dash mechanic. And once you introduce a dash mechanic into a game like this, so much of the game instantly becomes centered around that dash mechanic, because then as you start fighting more difficult enemies, you are expected to engage with those enemies utilizing the dash mechanic. And thus you are, I guess, you are taking so many more actions, you are pressing more buttons, you are having to put so much more effort into the game, and unless you are going to design your game around, I think, shorter runs, if you are working around that kind of design, I think that it will end up feeling so much more hectic with much less payoff than a hectic scenario in a more tightly designed auto shooter survival. I'm not saying that Soulstone Survivors is bad. I'm saying that I think it did not sufficiently develop enough of its own identity. And I think part of that is because the build variety was not great. In part due to the fact that there are a lot of synergies around having a bunch of attacks or weapons or spells or whatever you want to refer to them as. There were a lot of parts of the game that wanted you to have a lot of a certain kind of weapon, and thus, if you only have like 6 to 8 weapons of those types, which is the case in that game, then if you fill up all 6 of your weapon slots with weapons of that type, it's going to end up feeling very samey. And also, some of the progression systems were very, very grindy. It just ended up pretty mediocre. So it's also going down in the sea. It's not bad. It's just Spellbook Demon Slayers. I remember liking Spellbook Demon Slayers. I don't remember much about Spellbook Demon Slayers, which does not speak particularly well of it, huh? It had cool rock music. I am genuinely struggling to remember what was unique about Spellbook Demon Slayers. Huh. I remember liking it. I remember not liking it enough to want to, like, go deep in it and get, like, all the meta progression upgrades and all that jazz. I guess it's a C. Sorry. Apologies to the dev, apologies to people who wanted to hear me talk about the game some more, but I just don't remember it. He forgore chat. Yep. Vampire Survivors. I love Vampire Survivors. I always love Vampire Survivors. I haven't played Vampire Survivors in a little bit. They did the Amogus DLC. There's been a couple of content updates that are worth checking out for sure. So I'm gonna be diving back in. Reference to the next game. I'm gonna be playing some Vampire Survivors sometime in the near future. I don't know if it's gonna be a stream. I should probably stream the Amogus DLC because haha funny Amogus. But I just love Vampire Survivors. I have cooled on it a little bit over time because having played a bunch of other games in the genre, I have come to appreciate more challenging encounters. I have come to appreciate being able to see what's going on in the game more. But the second DLC for Vampire Survivors came out this last year, right? I think that second DLC was really solid. It introduced some fun new characters with some fun new weapons, and I think it iterated on the first DLC having like a specific predetermined map to explore. I think it iterated on that in a fantastic way. It did a great job of making like exploring feel more rewarding and more interesting. Now, is it a high A or a low S? You know what? I'm putting it as a high A. Hollow Cure can get its time to shine, because Hollow Cure is genuinely just really great. I still love Vampire Survivors. It is still... I think overall, Vampire Survivors is still the best entry in the genre. This is not me saying that Hollow Cure is definitively better than Vampire Survivors. However, I'm saying that I think in my gaming experience in 2023, I think I valued my experience with Hollow Cure more highly than I valued my continued experience with Vampire Survivors. So yeah, Vampire Survivors, still great. Still absolutely worth the money. Still a fantastic place to, like, dip your toes into the genre if you've never played an auto-shooter survival before. But also, there are more and more good games in the genre coming out. Like, Halls of Torment, it's down in a B because I think it just needs more content. But Halls of Torment has so much potential. And, like, Brotato's great, 20 Minutes Till Dawn is super tight, super solid. Auto-shooter survivals, I don't think that we need, like, a huge boom of auto-shooter survivals. I think it being, like, a trickle of games of that kind of experience is reasonable. I mean, last year there was definitely a boom, at least in comparison, but anyways. Dave the Diver. I loved Dave the Diver. Dave the Diver was a constantly amusing experience. I had a great time with this game, and whether or not it's an indie game is irrelevant. You know, it is a great game. There is a fantastic variety to all of the mechanics they keep introducing. It is the Dark Cloud 2 effect of just like, oh, there's more. There's even more in this game. And I think they leaned into it in a way that worked. The aesthetic, the vibe, the feel of the game worked very well with the way they constantly introduced new mechanics and the aesthetics of the game were fantastic. The music was really great, the game looked great, the writing was a lot of fun, and it was a very fun game to play start to finish. I haven't gone back to it to do any of the post-game content. I'm aware that there is post-game content. I haven't gotten back to it yet, but it's great. It's just a great game. Dave had a lot of love put into it. Yeah, whether it's an indie game or not, it got the indie game love. Dave the diver, Dave the vegetable farmer, Dave the bartender, Dave the hero. Vampire Survivors has lasting power because Ponkel is a madman who keeps making content. Yeah, Vampire Survivors. Great game. But Dave the Diver. Also great game. It's an easy entry up in the S tier. You know, exact positioning, whatever. I could shuffle like everything below. I could probably just shuffle everything below Hi-Fi Rush and Armored Core 6, and it would probably still be correct in some ways. Hollow Cure should probably stay near the bottom. Anyways. I love Dave. I am excited to see what that team goes on to make next, because if they're able to keep that same energy, it doesn't have to be the same game, it doesn't have to be the same kind of game, but as long as they put the same heart into their next project, I think it's going to be a winner. House Flipper! I did not play as much House Flipper last year as I thought I would. I absolutely thought that I was going to be playing more House Flipper. But just how I was feeling the vibes of 2023, there was less House Flipper drive. And I think part of that might be thanks to Germa making more of a spectacle of it, and then the way that I play that game is so small scale that I think I ended up kind of petering off a little bit, because it had been, in my mind, made out to be much more of a thing than it really is and what it's meant to be. I think we're gonna put it in a high B, because I still like House Flipper a lot. I'm really excited to play more House Flipper 2, because first impressions of House Flipper 2 are great. But I think another part of the issue with the first House Flipper is the DLC ended up a bit overpriced, and it ended up being, like, you know, it's so entitled to be like, oh, they should have made more free content, but it felt like them constantly releasing more and more of this, like, just, at the very least, it was always kind of overpriced. I think the vibes on it kind of soured as House Flipper 2 got closer and closer to release, and now that House Flipper 2 is out, maybe House Flipper 1 can just stay by the wayside. Hat in Time. We've got House Flipper at home. You can paint the kitchen ceiling. Oh god. I don't know if I would trust myself with that. Maybe I could. I don't know. Maybe House Flipper could be real. Anyways, Hat in Time. Fantastic collectathon. Great soundtrack. a good variety of abilities with the different hats, and the level design was generally pretty good. Like, a solid A-tier collectathon if you're into that kind of thing. It's not going to make anyone just suddenly go like, oh, I understand collectathons now. Like, if that's never been your bag of tea, it's not going to become your bag of tea. But I think it is, like, such a great complete package of, it's funny, it looks nice, it plays well, it's got a lot of charm. And then you play the first DLC, and you're like, that was okay. But then you play Yakuza Metro. And Yakuza Metro, I mean, obviously, super dense urban design themed around cats and neon and all that jazz. Obviously, that is just pandering directly to me. Obviously, I am going to love the absolute hell out of that. But even so, I still think that the Yakuza Metro DLC was in some ways indicative of what that team was capable of. Because Yakuza Metro is a lot of fun to explore, and constantly rewarded you for exploring. And the challenges that it presented felt overall challenging but fair. It felt like the perfect way to end playing A Hat in Time, because it felt like overall it ramped up towards that. It's kind of a pseudo sequel in a way, in that it just iterated on so many of the mechanics of the core game, and the level design is so much better. It's great. The Yakuza, like, I would easily put just the Yakuza Metro DLC in S tier. And I think it being a part of the whole package, I think A Hat in Time gets up into S tier. Overall, I really like A Hat in Time. And sure, a notable amount of it getting up to S tier is because of the Yakuza Metro DLC, but if they just did a whole ass game that had the same kind of feel to it that the Yakuza Metro DLC did, I think I would just love the hell out of that. It had a much smoother reception than the ukulele at the time. That's great and sad. Yeah. But yeah, Hat in Time, I liked it a lot. I still like it a lot. I was worried that doing a full playthrough on stream, there were going to be some parts of the game that I did not love quite, like, you know, oh man, these parts age pretty rough, and not really. It was pretty much as good as I remember start to finish, which is to say, the first DLC was kind of rough. The Mountain Peaks level was a little rough, and other than that, it was great. So, yeah. Oh man, we've got some fucking killers one after another here, huh? Oh man. Alright. Pizza Tower, you ready to get funky? Because, wow, what a video game. Now, I need to get out ahead of this one and say, I did not love this game enough to go back through and like start grinding out higher rankings and all that jazz. I thought it was really, really good. And I respect a lot of what it is and its quality in so many regards. It looks fantastic. The soundtrack is incredible. The level design is generally pretty great. And it controls really well. Very tight controls and gives you a lot of the tools to do the kind of thing that you want to do in that kind of game. It's not one of my favorite games of this last year. I think it's great. I think it is a super duper good game, and if you have even a little bit of interest in trying it, it's probably worth trying. But I didn't love it. I liked it a lot, but I didn't love it. Some of the level design, I really appreciated what it was going for, but it just didn't work for me. The expectations that it places on you for doing the, like, going for S ranks on all the levels, going for P ranks and stuff like that. I didn't love the game enough to go for that kind of thing, even though usually when it comes to this kind of game with that kind of structure, I will go back for that kind of thing. But I just didn't feel the drive to do so, and I think that is representative that it didn't click for me enough. And also, it had that fucking stupid jump scare level that I hated, so it's a high A. It's still one of the best games of last year, just in terms of sheer quality. But it's not an S rank for me. Now, Tears of the Kingdom, I still haven't beaten this game. Because I got all the shrines, and then I saw the reward for getting all the shrines, and I wanted to upgrade the reward for getting all of the shrines before I went to beat the final boss, and then I didn't. Which is probably something that a number of other people have done. Yeah, it's just one of those kinds of games that it's very easy to burn yourself out on it. And burning out on it is not... I feel like burning yourself out on it is not really indicative of a personal failing or a failing in the game design. I feel like it's just kind of natural for the game design. In that it's just one of those things where it feels like when you beat the game, then you're done. And that's not really the case with this kind of game. And it's so easy to just not be done with it. To never be done with it. Because there is so much in the game. There are so many secrets to find. There are so many quests to do. So many places to explore. There's so much to see and so much to do. And even if you put together one of those stupid little cheaty flying motorcycle things, even then it still feels like you really are exploring this massive open world with like so much in it and so much potential, so many things that could be, you know, just around the corner. didn't like Tears of the Kingdom as much as Breath of the Wild. I do find that surprising, because I think Tears of the Kingdom really iterated on everything that Breath of the Wild did. I think it is a fantastic sequel. I think it iterated on Breath of the Wild in so many really great ways, while still feeling like a new, exciting experience. Felt like it abandoned a lot of the best things about Breath of the Wild's formula. I'm not sure what you mean. Did all shrines, all light routes, all major side quests, all memories, all hieroglyphs, completion rate was only 66%. Oh boy. So, I do plan on going back and finishing up Tears of the Kingdom. I've heard that the ending is fantastic, and I am really looking forward to seeing what that is, what it's like. Didn't hold up all the Hudson construction signs. Yeah. Yeah. It's, I mean, obviously it's a high S. Like, it's I feel like it is just undeniably one of the best games of last year. Whether or not it's the kind of game that you might be into, personally, just like, I know Lawyer Dog isn't gonna give a fuck about Tears of the Kingdom, but it is just... I just like that game a lot. Even as someone that did not get, like, super creative with, like, building contraptions and vehicles and all of that, like, most of my time spent was just puttering around on a hover bike, just by sheer amount of time that I played that game. It did take me a while before I was willing to resort to the hover bike. I did explore the world a lot without using it, but I'm saying that, like, even as someone that did not really dive into the more creative aspects of playing that game, I think it really nailed everything that it was going for. Fucking loved it, not your favorite Zelda. I understand that. I think in terms of being, like, the most tightly designed and just, like, fantastic start to finish, I think it struggles in comparison to other Zelda games in that it does, even though it has more of the, like, tightly designed experiences that compared to Breath of the Wild, you know, the dungeons, I like the dungeons a lot. Even though it does have more of that kind of thing, I think it does struggle in terms of being the kind of experience that something like A Link Between Worlds or, you know, Ocarina of Time. I think it does struggle with not having as, you know, it suffers in some ways from being so non-linear. And some linearity can really help with establishing a game feeling like an adventure, a journey that ramps up and is just start to finish an experience kind of thing. So I think it is one of the best Zeldas, but I am completely understanding of it not being anyone's favorite Zelda, which is a weird thing. I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird game, and I would like to see more, like, it doesn't have to be the next, like, super major Zelda. It could be maybe just as something between Tears of the Kingdom and whatever, like, next super major Zelda game they come up with next, I would like to see another, like, smaller scale game like Link Between Worlds. I would like to see something like that. Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16. Man, that combat system is so good, though. Man, like, the last time that I played, just having, like, the Phoenix style and the Garuda style, just... it really nailed what makes character action games fun. It is so much fun. It is just really great to just clown on a motherfucker in that game. The spectacles are true spectacles, like, really impressive shit in that game. And a story that I generally found pretty exciting, pretty engaging. I am interested in seeing what, like, where the story goes next. But a lot of the more RPG aspects of that game, I feel, are pretty rough. I think the equipment system is very... like, it is lacking. It is very bare bones to the point that, like, upgrading my gear rarely ever feels impactful. Unlocking new skills feels more like unlocking new skills in a character. It feels more like a character action game in almost every way. But I do miss some of the RPG aspects of a Final Fantasy game. And I think one of the things that makes a game feel more like an RPG, like a traditional Final Fantasy, is the side content. I think having optional areas to go explore, having optional fights to go explore, side quests to do, and so on and so forth. And I think, for the most part, the side content in Final Fantasy 16 is a waste of my fucking time. There are so many side quests in that game that are flat terrible. And so even the more story-oriented side quests that the game tries to offer me to try and make me feel for the plight of the people living in this world is the most ham-fisted garbage. And so much of, like, the loot to find out in the world. Like, sometimes I'll get some, like, crafting materials from beating up enemies. It's like, maybe this will be useful for upgrading a weapon or a piece of armor or something. So that, like, that's not engaging. And then the loot, just, like, sometimes there will be a chest and maybe there's something interesting in it, but a lot of the time it's just like, oh, there's a little sparkle on the ground, why don't you go pick up the sparkle and see what it is? And it's 10 gil. And then I look at the shop and see that, like, the only thing worth buying in the shop costs 13,000. There is so much side content in that game that fucking sucks. And so I do want to return to it. I do want to play through the rest of Final Fantasy 16 because I think the story is just now really starting to ramp up in some really interesting ways. And even though I hate Clive's voice acting, and just goddamn unintelligible half the time. I am really interested in seeing how the rest of that story plays out. I want to experience the rest of that game, but I just need to stop myself from doing side content, which annoys me because I like doing side content in games. I like doing all the stuff, but doing all of the stuff in Final Fantasy XVI is going to give me an aneurysm. I'm going to go absolutely fucking crazy if I have to deliver another bowl of soup. So, for how mad so many things in this game makes me, I'm putting it in A tier. When I go back to it, and when I just start ignoring most of the side quests and, like, get deeper into the story, unlock more of those combat styles and all that jazz, it'll probably be an S tier. Because again, that core combat system is so good. Oh my god, it is so much fun to play when you're just, like, beating up a dude. But, I mean, that last stream, there were just so many moments that felt like they were wasting my fucking time that I just had to stop. There are two boss fights that you want me to see. I don't know if I'm going to return to it as, like, streaming through the rest of it. I probably will, because I feel like that game is very cool, and it's still PlayStation 5 exclusive, so I want people to be able to enjoy and experience the rest of that game, because it seems like the main content of that game thus far has been fantastic. So I want more of it, but man, I've never seen... I have never played a video game with side content that bad. It's amazing. Spark the Electric Jester 3! Wow, they really did look at Sonic Adventure 2 and think, we need more of this. And you know what? They were right. They were absolutely right that Spark the Electric Jester 3 needed to be, like, heavily inspired by Sonic Adventure 2. And we do need more games that are like Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Frontiers is cool and all, but if they make a Sonic Adventure 3 and just structure it and style it like Adventure 2, and if they were able to nail that, $1 billion. Guaranteed. Because Spark shows, like, what you can do with that kind of game. The controls are really tight, the levels are fun to explore, and also fun to just blitz through. The combat, not amazing. And, like, some of the power systems that they have in that, in terms of, like, upgrades and so on, I didn't love some of that stuff. But overall, I think Spark 3 is a solid A. I'm only putting it in A because I have not yet felt the drive to dive back into it and really start, like, plowing through that game, really get deeper into it, like, master the controls and the gameplay better. I want to, and I feel like I will. I feel like I am going to return to Spark 3, but I haven't yet. And so I think that may just be indicative of something about it that I can't quite put to words. Isn't Spark 3 the one where you were constantly surprised by how enormous level 1 was? Yeah, I spent like an hour just going through that first level, and then, like, going back through that level in order to like, get the gold time ranking on it. It took me like a minute and a half. It is a weird game, but it is cool. Yeah, a Sonic Adventure 3 with, like, set it in the fucking universe of the IDW comics, because they've got so many cool characters and the setting is really cool, and the Tangle and Whisper. Oh, give me Sonic Adventure 3, come on, do it! I need it. Yeah, I do need to finish Sonic Frontiers as well. Was that last year? Was that not on the list? Or was that 2022? There is... People are unsure which year Sonic Frontiers came out in. Alright, sort by. Last played. I know y'all can't see this, but... Alright, where's Sonic Frontiers? Sonic Frontiers, last played November 15th, 2022. So that's why it's not on the 2023 tier list. I see. Yeah, there was DLC, and the DLC was like story DLC as well. Like, I heard some of the post-launch content update stuff was pretty cool, and I want to see what... I want to finish that game. I don't know if I'm going to finish that game on stream, because I've got a lot of other games that I want to stream. But I do want to see the rest of what Sonic Frontiers is, because that game was really cool, what I have played of it. Prefer the Sonic Adventure setting. There was something about it that worked weirdly well. What, Sonic jumping into the president's limo, and the president just being a guy? Sonic and Tails just jump into the president's limo and then hack the president's limo's computer to get the information on where Eggman is. Oh man. I can't go talking about Sonic Adventure 2. I love Sonic Adventure 2 so goddamn much. And it's not on this list. It's not on the list, so I can't spend an hour talking about it. Load it right now. No! I just uploaded the regular speed playthrough of Sonic Adventure 2 on the VOD channel. Ooh. VODs. Haha! Alright. More video games. Pseudo Regalia. That goat got a big booty, and she ain't wearing pants about it. S tier, baby. Okay. Pseudo Regalia I liked a whole lot. The design of the world did suffer from being pretty maze-like, hard to navigate. I appreciate, like, as I learned more and more about the layout of the levels, I appreciated more and more about the way that they were designed and the ways that different areas would link together. But I do think it was pretty easy to get lost in that game. However, I think the core mechanical functionality of Pseudo Regalia is great. That game is a lot of fun to play. The core movement mechanics felt good. It felt rewarding to navigate these areas, and most upgrades in the game felt like they really changed the way that I could interact with things in a meaningful way. I think one of the least impactful upgrades is the boomerang one, because that's mostly just used for a couple of specific switches and puzzles. But even then, it's just a fun game to move around in. Yeah, I think I would have liked the long jump bunny hop upgrade a lot more if I hadn't gotten so used to doing the super backflip or super side flip or whatever it was. Acker poisoned me with potential. Like not destroying your wrists. Yeah, using the super side flip, I did have some problems because I did mash the button instead of like trying to nail the exact timing of when you're supposed to do it. But even so, I liked Pseudo Regalia a lot. Like, Sybil being a hot goat lady aside, I think that game is worth checking out, if only just to see. Even if you don't finish it, even if you get lost and frustrated, I think it plays so well, like, it feels so good to move the goat around, that I think it is absolutely worth trying out. And, you know, it's an S for sure. It's up there. The long jump is so sick, and the unupgraded one is so hand-hurty. Yeah, but the unupgraded one, I knew how to use it better. So, oops. Super Fantasy Kingdom is a really weird game. It's an interesting, like, run-based, city builder kind of thing. But I think, as of the demo, which I don't think the full game is out yet, and I don't know what all has been updated in the demo because they only post the patch notes on... They only officially post the patch notes on the Discord, and I'm not joining the Discord. It's a really interesting concept that I want to see how it's iterated on, but as it currently exists, I think it suffers a lot from expecting you to take very specific actions in order to actually progress. So I'm not gonna dig too deep into it because I only played a demo, and I want to see more of what the full version of that game will be like before judging it too harshly. But first impressions are, I think it struggles with its balance. I think it struggles a lot with its balance, and that those problems with its balance makes it really hard to see what the game could be once it has been worked on more. Because it kind of feels like a lot of runs end up feeling very samey. So I think once they improve the balance and add in some additional content, then I think it might be worth playing as a run-based game. But at the moment, it's a C. I'm not impressed. I don't know if I would buy the full game. Oh god, there's still major games to talk about here, and I've been going for almost 2 hours, huh? No, this is not going to be a 3-parter. Alright. Lies of P. Organ. Of Porgan. Lies of Francis P. Organ. Okay. Lies of P is a weird fucking game, because it is a... I guess traditional Souls-like is the way to describe it. It is a Souls-like ass Souls-like. A Soulsborne-ero. Bloodborne on PC. I don't think it has as much Bloodborne as people attribute to it. I think it has a lot of DNA of, like, all of the Souls games. I think it has just as much Sekiro, or maybe even more, than it has Bloodborne. But it is a really, really interesting game. It looks good, it sounds good, and overall, I think the controls are really, like, the controls feel snappy. There's not a lot of situations wherein I have been playing the game and I felt like my character was not doing what I wanted them to do for one reason or another, you know, like, just trouble with controls, or the character getting locked in animations, or any kind of sluggishness or anything like that. It's fast, it's snappy, and I think it maybe goes a little too hard on oh, you unlocked a shortcut back to this earlier part of the level kind of thing. Like, I think it tries to pull that little trick too often in some places, of trying to be clever about linking the level back in on itself. It is a really interesting game, and, like, some of the progression mechanics are pretty cool as well, but it's got some problems. I think the system where you can, like, attach different blades onto different weapon handles, so it's like, oh man, I've got this giant hammer head attached to the dagger handle, and so I get to hit people with the hammer head, but with the moveset of a dagger. Isn't that goofy? But you're generally dissuaded from actually engaging with that mechanic if you know how the systems of the game work, because usually, like, the weapon handles will synergize with specific blade types. So if you put the hammerhead on the dagger handle, oh, that's funny, tee-hee, but it is just so drastically less effective when you do that, and it feels like you are being kneecapped by not just using the weapon as provided. And so that made me so much less excited to try and get crafty and get cute with the weapons, and just, like, you know, mixing and matching the handles and so on. And then you also have the problem of, and it's a problem that every game of the genre has, where, well, this is the weapon that I put all of my upgrade materials into, and it's of the weapon type that uses the stat that I put all of my level ups into. So I just got this new super sick ass weapon that I really want to use, but in order to use it, I would have to respec and also grind or find enough materials to upgrade it to bring it up to the same level as, you know, this 1 or 2 weapon that I had spent so much of the game using already. I think the balance of those systems were just not quite there. And the other major problem that I had with the game was, for a game that wants you to time your blocks like this game does, it has so many enemies. Like, I appreciate the design of the enemies and the way that they attack, because so many of the enemies are mannequins. They are like old-timey animatronics. Obviously, a lot of their animations are going to be very stilted, very sudden, very, like, there's not going to be a lot of fluidity in the way that they move. But the problem with that is that that kind of animation design bleeds over to a lot of the different types of enemies, and that kind of animation makes it really difficult to actually get useful information out of their telegraphing. There are so many attacks that enemies will do that you don't know how long they're going to hold it. It's like one of the biggest problems with enemy design in Dark Souls 2 was you would have these enemies who have these, you know, the Pat and Wooly from Castle Super Beast referred to it as just tracking overheads. Like, this game has so many tracking overheads, and you need to be so aware of the tracking overheads of the enemy holds their weapon over their head, and it's a big-ass two-handed sword, and they're holding it over their head, and you know that they're about to slam this sword down on you, and they're holding it, and oh, they're still holding it. When are they gonna let go? When are they gonna finally drop this weapon down? And as soon as they do, it's gonna deal a lot of damage, and they're holding it. And you finally do your dodge roll. Ah, you dodge rolled a little too early, so they just followed where you were dodge rolling to, and then smacked you with this big overhead as soon as you stopped rolling. And that game, like, Lies of P has a lot of scenarios like that. It has a lot of situations wherein you are being punished for not knowing when an attack is going to hit ahead of time. Testing 1 2. Great. Yeah, it's the it is a weird scenario of the design of the enemies working against the mechanics of the gameplay. You do get a shield to help with that, sure, but it's one of those things where it feels like that kind of thing shouldn't be necessary, because, you know, the enemy holds their big two-handed sword over their head to telegraph that they are going to do the big overhead attack. But if they swing that big two-handed overhead so fast that you can't react to it, that's a problem. And it's not just like, oh, get good. It's like, no, really, like, I should be able to react to the attacks that the enemy is doing. That's just how that kind of action game is designed. I should be able to have a meaningful back and forth interaction with my opponent. I should be able to, you know approximately when I am capable of of getting in and getting in some attacks. And there are so many bosses that, like, so many bosses attacks where they will hold a big heavy attack for a variable amount of time, and reacting to that attack is just often not viable. There are so many bosses that have attack strings that just keep going. These attack strings just go on and on. It's just like, and sometimes they will change phases and not tell you, and then the attack string gets longer, and they can choose to not do the longer version of the attack string if they don't want to, so they'll just stop doing the attack string and leave you high and dry as they start doing another attack. It's like, yeah, that kind of scenario adds a lot of challenge, and I appreciate that they were designing the game to be very challenging. But it felt like they went too far with a lot of that kind of situation. A lot of, like, having a variable amount of time that an attack comes out with, having a variable number of attacks in a combo, and combos that just go on for too long. It wears down on you, and there's also just a lot of bosses that are they just take too long to fight, because they will have a you will fight a boss, and that boss will have like 2 or 3 phases, and they'll have a bunch of like big dangerous attacks that you can't really get in on, that you can't really get in any damage while they're doing these big attacks, and you know, they do a lot of damage, so you need to be careful, you need to play it safe, and you need to conserve your resources so that you can survive the boss fight. And then you beat that boss, and then they have a phase 2, or they have a second form, and then that second form, it's the same thing over again, where this boss has a ton of health and multiple phases and a ton of different attacks that you have to learn. And every time you want to try that second form, you have to go through the first form. And it's not like you could just blitz through that first form because you've gotten so good at it. There are just times where, like during that first form, where you just gotta wait for the boss to do their attack. It's frustrating. There were a lot of fights in Lies of P that were very frustrating to, like, bash my head against. And, you know, the Soulsborne games are that's just gonna happen. But there were times in Lies of P where that felt more frustrating, more severe than in some of the other Soulsborne games that I liked a lot. So there's some bosses that you just use the summon mechanic to get to the second phase faster. Yeah, I do intend on going back to Lies of P and trying to finish it up, despite my frustrations. And I think I do need to be a little more lenient with just allowing myself to use the summon mechanic, because to my awareness, the summons are super strong. The current boss that I'm fighting is like, it's a dude in a swamp, and it has a second form that's like a swamp monster kind of thing. And I've gotten up to that point without having used the summon mechanic at all. And I wanted to get through the rest of the game without having to use it, but I think for the sake of just not getting frustrated at how many attempts some of these bosses take, I think I might just need to give up and just take the easy way out. They're kind of useless, but you can buff them. Huh. Using E-tanks, yeah. Despite all of the problems that I had with Lies of P, I still think it is a very good Soulsborne type game. I think the aesthetics and the story is also pretty engaging. I think it is one of the better Soulsborne styled games at actually telling a story, because it's actually trying to tell you a story instead of having a story in the background that you can look up the wiki page for if you want. Yeah, the Valhalla soundtrack is super good. Super Mario Bros. Wonder! It might just be recency bias, but this might be my favorite 2D Mario game. It's so colorful, it looks so great, it sounds so great, the music is fantastic, the level designs are so much fun, there's a great variety in the enemies and the level designs, and the Wonder Mode challenges that they put into all, like, you know, every level has a Wonder Mode, and so many of these Wonder Modes, like, there were a lot of these Wonder Modes where the first time I saw them, I just went, oh my god! Just like, what? That's crazy! So many things that are just fun, so many things that are exciting to discover, levels that are fun to explore and to play through, and I think the badge system is pretty great. I do like the variety that the badges represent, even if I just played most of the game using only one badge. I think the multiplayer mechanics are generally pretty good. They could be better, yeah, probably, but I watched my family do some split-screen co-op of Mario Wonder while I was visiting them, and they were having an absolute blast. And also, like, this was, I think, one of the only video games that my mom played in 2023, and she was excited to play more. You know, she played a little bit on Christmas Day, and then the next day she was just like, hey, I'm gonna play some Mario Wonder. And I was like, oh, all right, well, let me go get it turned on for you. And she was just, I think that represents just the kind of natural appeal that Mario Wonder has. It's great. It is so fun. It's fun and creative, and it is a game that really feels like it revels in how much fun you are having with the game. It's great. I love it. The second level with the singing Piranha Plant Parade was just like, I just had the biggest smile on my face, even knowing it was coming, even not being caught off guard by it. Like, I got to that level and I was just grinning the whole time. I loved it. It's so much fun. It's definitely up there with the big boys for this year. Like, it is. It's great. I want to talk about it more, but it's just like, me talking about it more would just be singing more of its praises of just like, oh, I fucking loved it so much. No, it's great. Signed, sealed, delivered. Team Fortress 2. I think I played this like once last year. Maybe I played a little bit of Man vs. Machine last year, but I don't remember. But Team Fortress 2 is still pretty good. Good job, buddies. You did it. It's fun. You know, Team Fortress 2, Man vs. Machine, or just like hopping into a pub game or you know, whatever. It's still fun to just hop around and blast dudes and I still love all the characters, and I mean, for Team Fortress 2, I think it has long been the case for me that I enjoy the characters and the world of Team Fortress 2 way more than the game itself, but I mean, it's been around for a long time. You know, there's been plenty of time for the engagement of the game itself to wear down, but I still love Heavy Weapons Guy. I love the Soldier. I love Demo Man. They're fun characters. It's got a design. It's got design for the ages. Hard to beat a game that set a standard for future games. Ah yes, TF2, the Seinfeld of class-based shooters. Also, hey Zell, Happy New Year. Settle Moon. Settle Moon is a really interesting way to handle an idle game. I recently have been playing an idle game called Immortality Idle, and it's not very good. It's kind of generic and requires a whole lot of babysitting in order to actually progress. I think the potential of like the cultivation type story in idle game form is like not spent particularly well, and I think that the signposting for progression in that game is not great, so you can end up spinning your wheels for quite a while. I beat the game, quote unquote. I became an immortal. And it didn't take me that long, so I guess it's got that going for it, but I'm talking so much about it as a point of comparison of the kinds of idle games that I usually engage with. And I think Settle Moon does a fantastic job of approaching the idle game genre in a way that mixes things up. It does a lot of things in ways that make it feel so unique as an idle game. I think the designs present in the game are fantastic. It is very charming to look at. I think that it has some really interesting storytelling going on where it's, you know, there's very little text in the game, very little telling, not showing. And for as much as I want to sing the praises of this game and talk about all of the great experience that I have had with it, I haven't played it that much, to be perfectly honest. I'm sorry. Personal direct apologies to Geek. I like Settle Moon a lot. It never quite clicked with me in the way that I needed it to in order to continue on with it. I think the ways that it is different make it much better as a game in some ways, and definitely much better as an idle game that is not designed to just like suck away your life hours making numbers go up. I think it is much more meaningfully designed for that. But when it came out, and for some time afterwards, I was not really in a place where that's what I was looking for, and I'm not often in a place where that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for, of a slow-paced, long-term game with a more nebulous sense of progression. I mean, it came out at a time when I was playing RuneScape. And RuneScape is just such number go up brain poison, but that's the kind of thing that digs its claws into me. And so, for me, I didn't beat Settle Moon. I didn't put as much time into Settle Moon as I wanted to, because it just did not click with me in the same way. Like, it did not click with me in the way that I needed it to for me to, like, really get into it and engage with it. And that is absolutely not a fault of the game. Wish the map was bigger, like the idea of customizing a town, but never had the space to do customizing if you wanted to have all the shops. Yeah. Like, there are some design problems that the game has with, like, some mechanics wanting to have its cake and eat it too, in some ways, of, like, making your design decisions, the decisions of which buildings you want to have present in your town and how you want to have them arranged, versus having mechanical benefits, or, you know, having, you know, I want to have all of the shops, and if I want to have all of the shops, or at least at one shop that sells every kind of item, then that's I'm going to get blocked off from that because I just don't have the space. And I appreciate both sides of that argument. I've heard there's been a bunch of quality of life stuff done. Yes, I do need to check it out. I need to check it out again and see more, see the game now that more work has been done on it to, like, improve some signposting, improve UX, improve stuff like that. I'm putting it in S tier because I have a lot of respect for what it is and the game that it is, and I think it is a fantastic game. I think it is a really great twist on the idle game genre, even if it did not personally click for me. Now, talk about a fucking game that clicked for me. Sorry, Settle Moon, but it's time for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Holy shit. Jet Set Radio Future has long been one of my favorite video games, and I think it still is. I think there are things about Jet Set Radio Future that Bomb Rush Cyberpunk does not quite nail in some ways. But goddamn, they made a new Jet Set Radio, and it's really fucking good. It's got a real story with real characters. It has, like, it has weird, like, identity shit going on, and the setting is cool. Like, it looks great, it sounds great, it plays the best out of any game of this kind. Giving the player additional mobility options and placing them in environments where they can actually utilize that feels like one of the best ways to take a game like Jet Set Radio Future and modernize it and just make a new one in modern day. And it makes me so curious what the new Jet Set Radio official game from Sega is going to be like. But the character designs were really cool. There was a lot of really fantastic graffiti designs, and they gave a lot of respect to like the impact of graffiti, and they made the prospect of going all city feel like a big deal. It's so good. it's a game that I really loved. And I don't know if someone who did not play Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future, like back when those games were more relevant, I don't know if it's going to hit for those people in the same way. I don't know if it's going to hit for people who don't truly have the culture and design, like aesthetics of what Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is going for and what Jet Set Radio was going for. I don't know if people who did not have that are going to appreciate it in the same way. Not to say that, oh, these kids don't know what it was like back in the day. These kids don't get it. I was gonna say I don't want to become an old head, but the old heads were pretty cool. They were pretty hip. But as someone who put a lot of value into everything about Jet Set Radio Future, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk was an absolutely natural slam dunk, just an experience that I loved and cherished from start to finish. It might be up here. It might be a little further down, because there were some things about the gameplay that could have been better. The soundtrack, I felt, was not as consistently good as Jet Set Radio Futures was, but I think it had a lot of impact on me, just personally. Me as a person valued Bomb Rush Cyberpunk in a major way. Power Wash Simulator. Power Wash Simulator is an absolute classic, and not because it's the most amazing game, not because it is high-intensity gameplay, not because it has, cultural significance. I just think that Power Wash Simulator is a really... It's, people will sometimes refer to games as just like, oh, it's like a desktop toy. I saw in the recent Colin Space Twinks recommendation thread, which I generally recommend those. I think that they do a great job of bringing weird niche games to widespread attention. But the idea of a game as a virtual toy, and like it's just a desktop toy, just something that you just like, you boot it up and you mess around with it. And I think Power Wash Simulator fits into that niche so well. It is a game that you have a very distinct goal whenever you step into a level of, you see that things are dirty and you clean them. And it doesn't give you a huge variety of tools for cleaning them, and there is not a ton of unique actions that you have to take to clean them, but just the act of clambering around on a house and just like seeing this house get cleaner and cleaner as you progress through, like, power washing all the grime off of it. It feels good. And it is something that I could, like, and have just sat down and started just doing a level, and I would just lose hours just chilling. Like, maybe I've got a podcast on, maybe I've got a YouTube video that I've listened to a dozen times already going, or something, I'm just completely zoned out. And there's value in that kind of experience. So I don't know if there's enough value in that kind of experience to put it more than like a mid to high A. You know what? Let's put it down with House Flipper 2. And it's not because I don't like Power Wash Simulator. I love Power Wash Simulator. But it is a game that very much has its niche. And I think there's value in that. Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. I tried to get into Mountain Blade on multiple occasions back in the day, because I would hear people talking about Mountain Blade and how cool it is. It was usually Spin Craze that would be talking about Mountain Blade. Like, they would be talking about Mountain Blade, and I'm like, I should try Mountain Blade. And then I would boot it up, and I would just not get it. But Mountain Blade 2, I got it. I finally reached the point where I knew enough of what I was doing. I looked some stuff up. I watched some YouTube videos about it, and I finally reached the point where I was playing it, and it was just like, I get it. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I know what I should be setting out to do. I know. Relax. There we go. Once Mountain Blade 2 finally clicked for me in that way, I sunk a couple dozen hours into that game. I had a great time of just me and the homies, me and a bunch of vaguely Celtic boys with big ol' swords just roaming the countryside, stirring up shit, going on adventures. I had a great time with Bannerlord. Once it clicked for me, I definitely had a pretty good time with it. It's a weird experience to try and get into. Like, if you don't know what you're in for, I could absolutely see someone bouncing off of it very easily. And I think that it's a game that does struggle in some ways in giving you a path of progression, like giving you some idea of how you're supposed to move forward and reach the next level of reach any major milestone of progression. I think the game is generally pretty bad at that. And I do think that, some of the, managing characters' equipment, knowing what equipment is actually good, and trying to micromanage an army and all that jazz, it could sometimes get to be a bit much. But broadly speaking, it is a weird niche experience that I enjoyed quite a lot. I think I'm putting it as a high A. I didn't get into it enough. I didn't love it enough to put it up as an S tier, but I had a great time with Bannerlord. Now, if they put a Cat People mod up in the game, maybe I'll be back. Spark the Electric Jester 1. I heard it described as a weird combination of Sonic, Kirby, and Mega Man. And I thought that sounded pretty cool. And I got all 3 Spark the Electric Jester games for pretty cheap. They were on sale, and so I was like, okay, let's check them out. Let's try them out. I'm curious what this trilogy is like. and couldn't get it to fucking work. I tried a whole lot to get this game to fucking work, and it didn't fucking work. No way of like trying to get the controls to function correctly worked, and anytime that I pressed a button at the wrong time, it would crash. So I had this experience with it, and then Sir, I think it was Sir, who had played the Spark trilogy. Sir suggested, oh god, you tried to play Spark 1? No, just go play 3. Just jump straight to 3. And I did, and I had a great time with Spark 3. So, thanks, Sir. It's D tier for didn't fucking work. Heart and Slash. Heart and Slash is a run-based character action kinda game with some weirdo upgrade mechanics, and had some pretty solid gameplay right out the gate. I thought that, first impressions were really high. I really liked the vibe that it had going on. I think it looked really nice. It had like that PS1, like late PS1 Mega Man Legends 2 kind of look to it, which I love. It had cool stuff going on. And then I get to the first boss, and the balance was completely out of whack. Just the boss being so drastically harder than anything else in the level leading up to it. And I'm like, oh, okay, so maybe I was just choosing bad upgrades? I'll be more particular about my upgrades, and then I get back to the boss and it just completely whips my ass. And this is after, fully exploring all of the rooms of the level and doing, like, all of the fights and not having that much trouble with any of the fights at all. And then I get back to the boss and it whips my ass and it's like, huh, alright. Well, maybe I just need to have the right weapons. Maybe I just need to have a good run going to really make this happen. And it never did. I never really felt the craving to go back to it to, like, really get better at the game and, like, try and finally overcome the boss fights. And part of that was because the more I played of it, the worse the combat felt. As I got better at it, I started finding more and more places where it was kind of imprecise and squishy and floaty. And I felt like there was not as much variety to the weapons. Like, even after unlocking a bunch of new weapons and stuff like that, I felt like nothing was quite getting there. So, I think I'm gonna put it in C, but I think it's worth a try because I'm pretty sure it goes on sale for pretty cheap. I think it's worth checking out if you want to try, like, a run-based character action game kind of thing, because maybe there was something that I was missing. Maybe there was something about it that just didn't click with me personally. I didn't really dislike it. It just didn't click. So, it's a high C at worst, a low B at best. But, it happens. 30XX. I didn't really get a great feel for what had been added and improved over the long development, like the long path to the 1.0 release that 30XX had. Part of that is because I started over. I started fresh, so I didn't have all the meta progression upgrades, and thus I was having a pretty rough time with some of the fights, with some of the bosses. I was getting my ass beat, and maybe completing a full run might reveal to me more about what has been added to the game since the first couple of times that I played it. But even so, like, getting back into it is just like, oh, it's 30XX. It's a game that I like. And broadly, I think 30X is pretty good. I still think that 30XX and 20XX both suffered from the powers not quite getting there for me. Like the boss abilities that you would get, there were so many times where I would just not be thinking about the boss actions that I had access to, and there were times where it's like, oh wait, the boss ability, that would be really helpful right here, and then I use it and it wasn't. And that's probably just a me problem, but even despite all the problems that I had with it, I still, as a baseline, like 30XX. I still think it is a pretty great Mega Man X-styled run-based game. And you could just not play it run-based if you don't want to. You could just play it like a more traditional Mega Man game if you want to. And that's great. So, it's a low A. I still think it is great, and if you are into Mega Man style games, I think it's worth playing. But most of what I had to call to mind for things to say that I haven't said about it in the past was just like, it seemed like it was still kind of the same game that I played back when it first hit early access. It's like, that's not a huge problem, really, because it's still fun. Pepsi Man! I beat Pepsi Man, and it's fine. Obviously, the best part about Pepsi Man is that it's got an absolute banger of a theme song, and every level's music is like using the Pepsi Man theme song as a leitmotif, which is cute. I love the live action FMV guy they got to say Pepsi for TV game. Pepsi, only my choice. Actually playing the game, it's not great. But who doesn't love a Pepsi Man? Idol Slayer. Another Idol game that I played this year. Idol Slayer. It's a weird one. I do think that okay, let's talk about the structure of Idol Slayer. So the structure of Idol Slayer is you are automatically running along like an infinite field. And as you're running along, there are enemies, and if you touch the enemies, you hit them with your sword and kill them. Great. If you kill enemies, then you get extra money, and there are also coins that you can pick up, and you pick up the coins and you get money, and then you use the coins to buy upgrades to get extra money from coins or from killing enemies, or to upgrade your equipment. And the higher level your equipment is, the more passive money generation you get. And usually you don't actually get most of your money from, like, just accumulating money over time. Usually it's like, oh, you get a bunch of bonuses to the money that you earn from coins and from killing enemies by increasing how much money you are earning per second. That kind of thing. Not uncommon for idle games, really. I mean, Cookie Clicker, you don't actually earn a lot of money from... You don't earn the majority of your money from just letting the game idle. You earn a lot of money. You earn, most of your largest income is from clicking golden cookies and stuff like that. And as you progress further into Idle Slayer, you start unlocking more and more mechanics, and each of these mechanics just gets more and more fiddly. They start expecting more and more active gameplay out of you, and so it's kind of structured as a game to be something that you play for like an hour a day, maybe an hour like twice a day or something like that. Like, you don't sit down and dedicate a lot of time and attention to it. Yet it does have all of the usual affair of you've got a reset mechanic that resets your current progress, like your equipment levels and your bought upgrades, but then you earn a ton more money. And you start spawning these question mark boxes, and the boxes will give you random bonuses, and sometimes the bonuses will give you, like, a bad bonus, and then you feel like you've wasted your time because you got a bad bonus out of the box. And the biggest problem with this game is really indicative of one of the first meta progression upgrades that you are capable of unlocking on the upgrade tree. So one of the systems in the game is quests, and the quests will be like, collect 1,000 coins. Cool, that's fine. Or kill 50 wasps. Okay, sure. And often you will need to complete these quests in order to make major progression, because sometimes these upgrades will unlock, sometimes these quests will unlock major upgrades. But one of the first meta progression upgrades that you get access to it gives you access to open a portal to a new area. And this portal, with the very first upgrade that you get, the portal goes on like a 24-hour cooldown or something like that. A long cooldown. A long real-time cooldown. And if you buy that upgrade and go through the portal as early as you can, you will no longer be able to complete certain quests because certain enemies will only appear in certain areas. And most of the quests that you have for much longer than you are, like... The quests expect you to spend a long time in the very first area, the Grasslands area. But way before you're done with all of the Grasslands area quests, you can buy the portal upgrade, go through the portal, and then you are completely SOL on several Grasslands quests because it's like, oh, I just took a portal from the grasslands to the city. Wasps don't spawn in the city, and I need to kill 50 wasps in order to unlock the next set of quests. So then you just have to wait for the portal cooldown to go down, so then you can take another portal and hope that whatever area you end up next has wasps. And that is such a mind-boggling flaw in fundamental design of it is so easy to screw yourself out of potentially days of progress just by buying and utilizing one of the earliest available meta progression upgrades. The game has problems with its design, is what I'm saying. It has some fun mechanics. I don't know if... I think it's a low C. I don't think it's bad enough to go all the way down to D tier, because I did enjoy it for, 30, 40 hours maybe, but that's because I have an addictive personality. So, it's a low C, maybe a high D. You enjoyed Donkey Kong 64? Some of it. Yeah, we'll put it down as a high D, I guess. 'Cause I don't hate it. I just think it's got problems, and I didn't stick with it, and I don't know. Anyways, I can't go on talking about Idol Slayer. Nobody gives a shit about Idol Slayer. Now, Ballistic Zen. Here's the test to see if Lawyer Dog is still has the stream open. Ballistic Zen, baby! What a weird, cool game. It is a first-person platformer, like parkour-oriented platforming shenanigans with a very particular momentum system. It is a game that is very clearly designed by one person that has a very particular design in mind. It is the result of someone who played like a lot of Quake 3, going, I want to make a game that uses this movement system. And not like this movement system as in Quake 3, but just like, I have a movement system in my brain, and I need to put it into a game. And so they just made an entire game around that movement system of, like, weird bunny hopping style momentum sustaining shenanigans where, like, your control of the camera is very heavily tied towards how you are moving your character. I think that system took a while to get used to, and I think if you have even a little bit of sensitivity to motion sickness, this game will just make you barf immediately, especially if you're not the one playing it. But I think that the movement system is very well realized, and I think the game does a very good job of presenting you with challenges that make mastering that movement system feel very rewarding. It was a very fun experience that I enjoyed quite a lot. I'm pretty sure I got, like, all the collectibles. I liked it a lot. I think it did struggle in a couple of places where sometimes it was more difficult to tell where I was supposed to go and, like, how I was supposed to get to an area than it should have been. And I think it's a little short. I think I would have liked, just, like, not a ton more game. Like, maybe 20% more game. Just to really express myself once I had really gotten a good handle on the movement system. I mean, that's what speedrunning is for, sure, but... It's not quite an S tier, but I liked it a lot. Persona 3 Portable. It's a game that I like a lot. It shows its age, baby. That is a PS2 era JRPG, alright. The game wants you to grind too much. It is a game that the pacing is pretty whack in some places, and I think the PC version of Persona 3 Portable, still not including the stuff that was cut from Portable for, like, disk space purposes, like the cutscenes, I think that is absolutely baffling. They could have easily made the definitive version of Persona 3, and they just didn't put in the stuff that got cut from the base game. Now, some of the stuff that got cut from one of the PS2 versions, the FES version, was an additional piece of story content that takes place after the main game. It's like a little epilogue campaign type thing. That wasn't very good, and I don't like the story that it tells. So I think they made the correct decision not including that. But not including the cutscenes was so dumb. It's still the best version of Persona 3 to play, but in the context of the version I played being specifically the PC port, I think there were a lot of decisions about the way they handled it that felt like just missed opportunities. Now, it turned out that the reason why they didn't put a huge amount of effort into the Persona 3 Portable PC version was because they were doing a remake of Persona 3, which, okay, fine. But I mean, it's still a great JRPG, but man, so many missed opportunities with it. Path of Exile. D tier. Released Path of Exile 2 already. GGG. I'm done waiting. No. Path of Exile continues to be the best ARPG on the market. Like, it really continues to do so many things that makes the ARPG genre so engaging, and it continues to iterate on so many things. It continues to introduce new mechanics that are interesting. They will rebalance the game so that they keep things fresh, and so long as you're not expecting to be doing like all of the absolute most uber endgame content, there is such a gigantic variety to how you can play this game. There are so many builds, so many weird jank setups that you can do, like weirdo combinations. and so many ways that you are rewarded for your game knowledge, so many ways that so many ways that you can play the game without needing the kind of, like, twitch reaction and high-level mechanical skill that makes it so accessible as a game in this genre. Also, just like, I know Burke has problems with games that require you to click to move, just from wrist problems. They let you play this game with a controller, and the controller controls for Path of Exile actually work pretty well. So even though it is a game that can be so overwhelming for the new player experience, just the way the gem system works and the way the passive tree looks, I promise it's not as intimidating as it seems for the purposes of just trying it out. Just, like, getting in, making a character, and just, like, just playing through the main story and learning about, like, discovering new interactions. And even if you don't want to just go in blind and have that kind of experience, you know, the community is generally pretty great. There are so many builds, and so many of these builds are designed in mind for new players and players who have particular ways that they want to there is one build creator out there who very specifically designs their builds to be played by just left-clicking. Just one-button builds, because they personally have, mechanical issues. Like, they have issues with their hands that makes it difficult to play, like, you know, the kind of build where you're, like, you know, switching between a bunch of different skills and having to use your potions, your flasks at particular timings and all that jazz. Like, they can't do any of that, so they've designed their builds around that kind of thing. And yeah, like, there are so many aspects of the game that seem so much more complex and, like, so much more requiring of player knowledge than it actually is. When you really start to get into what makes a player better at an ARPG, it's not often just like, oh, you get better at, like, maneuvering and dodging enemy attacks and stuff like that. A lot of it is just knowledge, and you can really, like, you can build on that knowledge over time. You know, your first character might suck. Your first character might get stuck just going through the regular story missions, like, pretty early on, and that's okay. Because it does not, like, especially once you start building up momentum, once you start having a better idea of what you're doing, like, you can really blitz through that game, and it's often fun to do so because they're regularly introducing the like, all the leagues, and every time they introduce a new league, they'll introduce a new mechanic to go with it. And those new mechanics are usually pretty cool, and they'll usually accompany that with you know, a rebalance of systems so that you bring back all of the returning players. And so it's like, all right, well, with these leagues, you're supposed to start fresh. You're supposed to start, like, you know, the game is not the same game as when you played last. It's the same game, but enough has changed that it's a new, fun experience. I'm still putting it up in S tier, because I do really love Path of Exile, but also, like, I've got God, how many fucking hours in Path of Exile? Path of Exile. I currently have it uninstalled. I have almost 2,000 hours in Path of Exile. I love this game a lot. But I've just been so antsy over, like, I want to see what Path of Exile 2 is. Like, I still enjoy Path of Exile. I still get the urge to reinstall Path of Exile and try it out anytime there is a new league released. But I am getting to the point where it's just like, I need to stop playing Path of Exile until Path of Exile 2 comes out, because I have too many other games to play. I can't just keep coming back to it, but I do, because I love it. Like RuneScape. Yeah, well, once the RuneScape League is over, I am hella done with RuneScape for a hot minute. I got other games to play, buddy. That's you with Warframe. Yeah. Anyways, I like Path of Exile. You know what else I like? Terraria. Man, I had no idea how much I was going to enjoy Terraria overhaul mods. Every time I would hear people talk about the Calamity mod in Terraria, it's always just like, oh man, this Calamity mod is so fucked up difficult, like, you just gotta, like, know the game front, back, and sideways in order to be able to beat some of these bosses. It's only for the most hardcore players, and you gotta know everything about the game to enjoy this, and that always put me off of looking into those kinds of things, like the Terraria total overhaul mods. And turns out I was really doing myself a disservice by not believing those people. Or I was doing myself a disservice by believing those people. Because you can absolutely enjoy Terraria total overhaul mods without being, like, the most ingrained, enfranchised, like, I've only ever played Terraria kind of player. I had a fantastic time with Calamity Mod. And I had a fantastic time with Calamity Mod playing it multiplayer. I had a fantastic time with Calamity Mod just... I like, got to the end game, and then I just started another character with a different build, and playing through the game again, and it was a new experience, and it was great. So, I played very little vanilla Terraria in 2023, but modded Terraria? Man, that game is great. I had an absolutely fantastic time playing modded Terraria. And Calamity Mod, you know, like, there are problems with Calamity Mod, with, you know, there's drama amongst the developers and the community and all that jazz, but putting all of that aside, the Calamity Mod introduces a lot of great, just a lot of super fun weapons and, like, an escalation of power that felt pretty natural within the context of the game, the, like, base game of Terraria. There were a lot of very cool bosses. The soundtrack was fantastic. And you know, just including other kinds of mods, Terraria gets so much more fun with having a variety of quality of life mods included. Because there are aspects of Terraria that have definitely aged not amazingly, and some things, you know, having, like, getting an infinite effect from a buff potion by having a bunch of them stashed in your inventory or in your bank or something like that. Like, yeah, that's pretty cheaty. But I mean, it makes things a lot smoother, and I as a player just enjoyed the experience of being able to really stack up on the buff potions, because some of those allowed me to do various things, like more interesting things with my build of, like, you know, I have enough of the potion that removes fall damage, so now I can free up an inventory slot, and I don't need the horseshoe so that I don't kill myself while exploring due to fall damage. A lot of little things like that. So, you know, modded Terraria was some of the most fun that I had playing games last year, and also was a pretty good reminder of just, like, yeah, playing video games with friends can be pretty cool. I usually just default to playing single player, and it's not because I'm antisocial or anything, but I just don't default to seeking out multiplayer experiences or anything like that, and Terraria was a pretty good example of just, like, even though I did play most of my Terraria solo, I still had a really good time playing it with my friends. The amount of time we played probably would have used less than 30 of anything anyway. Yeah. Maybe. Play with enemies in Super Mario 64 multiplayer instead. Yeah, it's on the to-do list. Dark Souls. So, the Dark Souls that I played was... I don't think I did a regular playthrough of Dark Souls last year. I think I only played the Cursed mod. So, I'm going to put it on the tier list in the context of the Dark Souls, what's the other name for it? The remastered version of Dark Souls. I think we're going to rate the mod, like, or rather the context of me playing through the game with the mod. Great game, shame it ends at Pikachu and Snorlax. I'm a Dark Souls 1 late game apologist. I think there is still, like, a lot of fun stuff in some of the late game areas of Dark Souls 1. Like, the Crystal Cavern is pretty cool. I mean, yeah, like, Lost Izalith is clearly unfinished. Tomb of the Giants sucks, but there's still fun to be had. Dark Souls Remastered. I think a lot of my qualms with it can be summed up as I'm glad I used Cheat Engine where I did. Because some of the bonus encounters the mod introduces were just... Even, like, those... The frickin' Among Us fight. Like, there were prolonged periods when trying to do that fight where I literally could not take actions because I was being stun-locked for so long. And the Master Chief fight was just so horrifically unbalanced. Just like... Yeah, that's frustrating. I would have liked to be able to do all that stuff legit, because I thought it was pretty fun playing through the game with guns. I think the balance between the various weapons was not great. In some ways, it did feel like the weapons were balanced around multiplayer, which can be a bit of a bummer when playing through it as a single-player experience. But there were a lot of fun things that the mod did. I had a good time playing the mod despite balance issues and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think... Are we gonna need a part 3? Nah. I think the Dark Souls Cursed mod is somewhere in the high B's. I love Dark Souls 1, and honestly, I think I would have enjoyed my playthrough more. Like, I think I would have enjoyed just doing another playthrough of Dark Souls 1 rather than the Remastered mod. I don't regret playing through the Remastered mod, and I think it was a fun stream series. I think I should have taken one less stream on it. I think I'm not enough of a YouTuber to get the maximum value out of the Cursed Dark Souls stream. Alright, Final Fantasy XII. Once again, I have started Final Fantasy XII. Once again, I have not finished Final Fantasy XII. I have gotten further in Final Fantasy XII than I ever had before. But despite my best efforts, every time I try to like sit down and be like, alright, I am going to do a full playthrough of Final Fantasy XII, I think what usually happens is I start doing the hunts, and the bounties, or whatever they are. I start doing the bounties, and then I burn out on it. And so I still have my save file there. I could go back to it and maybe actually finish it this time. But I think Final Fantasy XII is a game that struggles with finding, like, it's a game that struggles with finding a groove of there being a good balance between, like, the challenges being presented to you and your capabilities as a player, and like what your team is capable of, and actually executing on that. Because I think the Gambit system overall is a pretty great way of kind of delegate, like, it's the kind of system that I kind of wish was in more games, of just, like, setting up conditions for your party members to behave, like, just setting up your party's AI, basically. Setting up your party members to be like, alright, if this is true, then do this. And I think what you want for that kind of thing is you want to be able to set up that kind of thing on your party members in a game wherein the player character requires more active input. And I don't think Final Fantasy XII quite reaches that. I think Final Fantasy XII is a game that you reach a certain point of progression and of, like, your team's competency that you can set up a gambit and handle most fights that you will come across. And so I like Final Fantasy XII, and it's a game that I want to like more than I actually do. And I do want to see the rest of the story of that game, but I think it does struggle with a lot of its systems to create a compelling gameplay experience. Demon's Souls. I first tried Flame Lurker, so that's an S tier, baby. Huh. No. The Demon's Souls remake definitely made the game feel a lot better to play. Because having better... I think in some ways it's because with higher frame rates, better, like more consistent performance, and generally better visual design, you end up in more situations where you are getting better feedback out of the game. And I think Soulsborne games are games that rely very heavily on the quality of the feedback, because it becomes so easy for players to not know why what they're doing does not work, and like both offensively and defensively, of just like, you know, I don't know why I'm not hitting the enemy. I don't know why I am getting hit by the enemy. And having better visual fidelity improved that kind of thing a lot with Demon's Souls. Unfortunately, I think the Demon's Souls remake was far too accurate. I think they should have made it less like Demon's Souls. Because Demon's Souls, the game, that they made a very faithful remake of, is not that great. There are a lot of encounters in that game that are not fun to engage with. And there's a lot of level design that is not fun to explore. There are a lot of systems in that game that are not fun to engage with. There's a lot of problems with Demon's Souls. I appreciate people who really like Demon's Souls, and, you know, I'm not a hater, but I'm a not liker. It's like, even for as good as the remake is, the remake would have been better if it made... You know, I wanted this. When they were remaking Demon's Souls, I wanted this. I didn't want Demon's Souls but prettier. I wanted, alright, so we took Demon's Souls and we got a little weird with it. They didn't get weird with it. They just made a very, very accurate remake, and it's not great. When are they going to remake Shadow Tower Abyss? I was thinking about picking up Lunacid on Steam, because that game seems like such a cool way to approach the like old Shadow Tower style of games. I don't know if I would be able to like meet it halfway in terms of the weirdness of that kind of game's design. I don't know if it would click with me. And also, it seems like the kind of game that makes you fight a big spider in first person, and that annoys me. Hat's doppelganger spotted? What did I say? I don't like spooters. Oh yeah, no, I have a fear of bugs. and it has kept me from playing and enjoying games that I would have otherwise played and enjoyed in the past, and it sucks. Please put arachnophobia modes into more games. Oh, I see. Thanks for the clip, Cult. Wish they made an entophobia mode for bug fate. I mean, if the whole game is bugs, like, I mean, that's just not for me. Y'all can keep that. But if it's just like, oh, it's an RPG. It's a classic-styled RPG, so one of the first enemy types that you fight is a big spider. Because that's what you fight in RPGs. It's, fuck off. What site is this? Yeah, this is tiermaker.com. Have to make an account to make a list? Yeah, it's annoying. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, one of the biggest ones that makes me frustrated is, in terms of, like, oh, you fight bugs, and that's, like, that's just the enemy type that we have is Earth Defense Force, and it's like the whole game is about fighting giant bugs. That's never going to be for me. But seeing all of my friends having a great time, like firing orbital lasers and piloting mechs, and like there's a lot of cool stuff in those games that I wish I could engage with, but I would just need them to make a game like that, but not EDF. Spiders are cute. I mean, more respect to you, but please do not show me them, because the thing about phobias is that they are irrational. Bummer. I would recommend Custom Mech Wars if you want that kind of jank, but it breaks apart at the seams in multiplayer, and that's where the fun stuff is. Ah, bummer. Okay, I need to talk about the games that are on the list instead of games that I wish I could play. How about games that I actually played? Endless Dungeon. Endless Dungeon is a really cool game, and I think it is super interesting the way that it took the framework of Dungeon of the Endless, which was like kind of a real-time tactics tower defense kind of thing, and turned that into a top-down shooter. I really enjoy a lot of the action aspects of the game, and I think overall it is a pretty solid experience, and it does a lot of good things with the kind of experience that they tried to make, of having, you know, like a pseudo turn-based, pseudo tower defense game, but in terms of what you're actively doing, you are controlling a character with like a specific set of abilities, and you can give them upgrades and weapons and all that jazz. And you are navigating these like really nicely designed environments with a pretty neat plot and a lot of good world building going on. The characters are fun. I like the characters. But I do think there's something about the game that is lacking. I don't know if it's the depth of the gameplay that's lacking. I don't know if it's the way they handle the weapon pickups and character upgrades and stuff like that, or the meta progression. There's something about it that after a dozen runs or so, I started getting kind of bored of it. And I'm sure that I would have a good time if I were to go back in and play it multiplayer, because I think that it is a game that would be a lot more fun playing it multiplayer. Having multiple people capable of handling the situations directly, rather than just planting an NPC in that spot and hoping that they do a good job. So I think I would like to go back and try it out some more. Maybe if I were to actually finish a run, I would unlock some cool new stuff that would shake things up. But I don't know. I think it's still an A. I still enjoyed it quite a bit. But there's something about it. There's something about it that I can't quite put it into words where it, in what it is lacking. But it's lacking. It's like the Seinfeld bit. Do you yearn? Oh, I yearn. I covet. I don't yearn. Anyways, Fuga, Melodies of Steel. I had shied away from this game for a while because, you know, everything that you hear about Fuga is, oh, that's the furry child war crimes game. That's the game where you sacrifice children to kill Nazis. And I feel like that kind of gets across a vibe that is... Those things are accurate. However, it does not... it is very reductive. It, literally, yes, it is a game where you control a bunch of anthropomorphic animal children, and you fight against what is essentially the Nazis in a big magic tank, and the big magic tank has a cannon that lets you put a child in, to fuel the tank, and you can do a big attack that will instantly kill a boss. That's a thing. That's a thing that's in the game. But it doesn't quite... it doesn't accurately depict what the game is, and why the game is good, and what makes the game appealing. It is so reductive of just, it's like saying Persona 3 is the game where anime teenagers shoot themselves in the head. Yeah. That's in the game, and it is important for the thematics of the game, but it does not accurately represent the game as a whole. The Soul Canon is very, very, very much lampshaded as a bad thing. Yeah, no, they make it very clear. There is absolute... It's not even just that they don't glorify using the Soul Canon. It's that they actively... one of the first things they do in the game is they actively and explicitly depict the Soul Canon as a horrific, nightmare of a weapon. It is the equivalent of just, it's the equivalent of letting you just push the button to launch a nuke. And it's not haha funny Fallout nuke of just oh boy, I got my fat man, I'm gonna launch my nuke to kill these raiders. It's just no, you're sentencing these people to a horrible death. And so there is absolutely no glorification of that aspect of Fuga. And they do a very good job of expressing, like, the war is bad aspects of the game. You know, you play as a bunch of children that are displaced by this horrible war, and what are you doing as the children who have taken over this super tank? You're going to rescue your parents from what is essentially a fucking concentration camp. And it is a game that takes that content very seriously, and I think the way they handle that stuff is very well done. But that's not the entire game. That was the main thing that I worried about going into it, was when people would talk about, you know, children war crime simulator, you gotta sacrifice the kids you gotta fire children out of a tank to nuke the enemy, and it's like, I did not think that kind of stuff was being glorified, but what I thought was that was all representative of a game that was all doom and gloom. I thought that the vibes of the game would be absolutely just horribly depressing and miserable, and it's not. It's not! Fuga is a game that is very capable of being funny. It is very charming. It's very heartwarming in a lot of places. The focus of the game is not on the horrors of war. It handles that content very well. It handles that content seriously. But that is not the focus. The focus is, like, the overarching vibe of the game. It's melancholic overall, but overall, like, the driving force of the game is, like, hopefulness. You bond with the characters, but you're reminded of what you're doing is bleak. Yes, it's like, you know, after one of the first fights, one of the kids is just like, did we just kill those people? And, like, you then get a dialogue option of whether or not to lie to the child. And the correct choice is to lie to the child because she's 4. So, the game is a lot. And if you are not capable of handling that kind of, like, if you're not capable of handling the more serious and, like, bitter aspects of the storytelling, then yeah, this game can hit really hard. It is a game that can just downright hit below the belt, especially if you don't know how to get the best outcomes for things going into the game. Like, there are some I looked up some stuff of, like, what happens if you do sacrifice some of the characters to the soul cannon, and what if you don't handle a certain character's storyline properly. And, like, that stuff's fucking dire. That stuff is bad. But you, like, the game makes it clear what you are supposed to do. So, like, the game makes it very clear that you are not supposed to use the soul cannon. And it is not that hard to make your way through the entire game and not use the soul cannon. My first playthrough, my only playthrough, as I was progressing through the game, the structure of the game is like you are sent down a branching linear path, and like it's not like if you take this route then you go to a different area. It's just like you are progressing through this zone, this set zone for this chapter, except you just have different paths that will have different encounters. So some of the paths will have like more resources, and those paths are generally relegated to being the easy path of just like, you know, there are fewer encounters, the encounters are less dangerous, but if you take the harder routes, then you are rewarded with more upgrade materials. And so like you are presented with more upgrades from doing these harder fights, so then you are capable of doing more harder fights later. It feeds into itself. If you just play the easy route, then like you can just play through the game totally fine the whole way through. But I took every single hard path possible throughout the entire game, and I never lost a fight. I never had to use the soul cannon. I never got a game over. I was able to go the whole way through the game, taking the hardest option every time, and I was able to get through it. So it is not a game that expects you to have to make these like difficult decisions, but it gives you the option. And the fact that it gives you the option, like it gives you the option in a way that represents of just like, it's not just giving you the option, it's giving the kids the option. And there are systems in the game wherein like if the kids, like if you're doing badly in a fight, then the kids are more vulnerable to like falling victim to status effects like fear, because oh god, we're going to die. And so the like being granted the option of using the soul cannon feels like a thing that works very well within the context of the story, because it's like, you know, the option is there. The option is being presented. And you know you're not gonna, but what if you had to? And I think it works very well from a storytelling perspective. I think thematically it all works very well. And y'all know me. I'm not a guy that really enjoys bummers and downers and stories like that. And yet, I thoroughly enjoyed Fuga and highly recommend it, especially if you like not like tactics like Final Fantasy Tactics, but tactical turn-based combat. Turn-based combat where you are rewarded for making like smart, clever, on-the-fly decisions on how to approach specific scenarios, because the combat system has a lot of depth to it, and it's a lot of fun to play. Been wanting to play Fuga, not afraid of crying over a game. Yeah, there are a couple of moments where it's like, I got a little teary-eyed, but it was never because of... It wasn't really because of, like, despair or anything like that. It was mostly the touching moments that I got a little teary-eyed over. I was able to handle the darker moments. I was a big boy. You gotta play the sequel. I have it installed. I'm going to. I just haven't yet. Haven't played the game, but the idea of the soul cannon is really interesting because it sounds like a failure state that isn't just a game over. Yeah, like, it is a like, if you have to use the soul cannon, then you have fucked up. And if you have fucked up and you use the soul cannon instead of just...
You should play more Mario.
Instead of just returning to the, like, the previous, checkpoint, then you get a worse ending, because how could you do that, you monster? Thank you very much for the resub, Dura. I should play more Mario. I do intend on... I intend on playing... on... Sometime this year, I am going to have a Mario Party party, where the Mario Party crew plays the Wii Mario parties, the Wii U Mario Party, and the Switch Mario parties. I'm going to make that happen sometime this year. I'm gonna do it. But also more multiplayer Mario Party 64 type stuff. That's gonna be coming this year. Kind of like how Fire Emblem is permadeath, but everyone restarts the mission anyway. Yeah, kinda. Alright. Fuga Melodies of Steel is a fantastic turn-based RPG experience. I didn't really even talk about what the turn-based combat is like, or what the downtime systems are like, which are also, like, really fun and engaging. You're just gonna have to take my word on that stuff being good, because I need to move on. There was a House Flipper stream. It was when I was working on the Hedge Maze, I think, if you're capable of finding that House Flipper stream, where I talked much more in depth about my experience with Fuga. But Fuga is great. Highly recommended. I'm gonna be playing the sequel sometime this year, and I will probably talk about my experiences with that on stream. There's only 10 games left. How long could it take? 2 hours? It could! Alright. Who's Lila? I did not like this game. The vibes were absolutely not my jam, and the mechanics of, like, morphing your character's face in order to change your responses to people was far more annoying than it was amusing. And the story being about a fucking tulpa and being all solipsistic and Brian Shu on guitar! I hated the vibes of Who's Lila. I found Who's Lila hard to look at, and honestly, I went into it expecting a more goofy experience because of the core mechanic of, like, morphing your character's face in order to get the responses that you want. I just thought it was gonna be more fun, and it wasn't fun. I didn't like it. Returnal. I didn't like the vibes of Returnal either. The whole thing about just the despair of being trapped in a time loop and how badly that fucks with people, and just, like, the realities, like, the ending being you're lowered into a grave and then you wake up back at the start of the time loop, like, that kind of shit was just like, ugh. Gross. I thought that, like, the vibes were not there. The gameplay, though. I'm not going to speak on whether the writing of Returnal was good or bad, but it's definitely horror-themed, and horror stuff just generally does not vibe with me. That's just not my thing. You didn't like Rogue Tower? No, I don't remember when I talked about... I think it was during the time that I streamed Rogue Tower, but I think the meta progression upgrades were generally quite rough, and often made the game worse in a lot of ways. And a lot of runs ended up feeling very samey because it felt like what was actually effective in a successful run was fairly limited. I personally did not have a great time with Rogue Tower. I think I had a lot of qualms with the design of it. Okay, back to Returnal. Despite not liking the vibes of Returnal, I thought the gameplay was quite fun. I had a good time playing Returnal. And that final boss, that shit came out of nowhere, and I had a great time with it. I think Returnal is a very fun game. I don't know... I don't think it's worth the asking price, especially on Steam, where it's still like $50. But I did have a good time with it. I do want to go back and do the New Game Plus run and see what the true ending is like, but I had fun. I think Returnal is, like, it is a solid third-person shooter with some, like, I think it generally handles its the run-based aspects in terms of gameplay. I think it handles that stuff pretty well. And, you know, the prospect of unlocking the new mechanics over the course of the game, I thought that stuff worked out pretty well. Even though, like, I beat the game on my second run. Like, I had my first run, and I kind of got chumped pretty early, and then the next run, I just beat the whole game. So I don't know how well the run-based aspects of that game work run to run, but I had a good time with it. When they said they wanted to make every in-house interpretation of the vague story be equally valid, I sighed very loudly. Yeah. I did not like the vibes, I did not like the story. I thought it was a very fun video game. Dragon's Crown. Man, the RPG elements of Dragon's Crown are pretty fucking rough, but the side-scrolling beat-em-up action, pretty good. It's not my usual kind of game. I thought that Dragon's Crown would be the one where it's fine, like, oh, I finally get it. I'm gonna really dig into this one. I'm gonna spend some time with Dragon's Crown. I didn't. Sorry. It's not my genre. But as far as that kind of game goes, I think it is a very good one of those. And if nothing else, man, what a stylish fucking game. Never drew Amazonas Kocha? Yeah. Maybe I would have played more of it if you did. But yeah, it is a very good side-scrolling beat-em-up kind of game. And I think it looks really unique. I like a lot of the stuff that it has going on with it, but just that genre of game, there's something about it that I'm just never able to really get super deep into it, never really able to sink my teeth into it the way that I want to. It's a genre that I want to like a lot more than I do. You'd been interested based on people recommending the story and vibes specifically. Oh, for Returnal? I mean, again, I don't think the story and vibes are bad. The story and vibes are very much not my thing. Did just the first 3 levels of Returnal. I beat the boss and I beat the quote-unquote final boss and got sent back to the start, which is, to my understanding, it's the start of, like, Run 2. Yeah, it's the first half of the game. I did not get the true ending. Maybe I would like the true ending more? But, like, the vibes of the game never really grabbed me, like, even up to the ending. Like, it wasn't just the first fake ending that knocked me out of it. It was just the vibes as a whole. But yeah, I do need to go. I need to returnal to that game, haha, and actually beat it. And I hope to do that at some point, but I got a lot of games to play. Cruelty Squad. Cruelty Squad. What a computer program Cruelty Squad is, huh? What an interactive amalgamation of pixels on a screen Cruelty Squad is. Cruelty Squad is one of the most interesting immersive sims that I have ever seen. And you want to talk about not digging the vibes. The vibes of Cruelty Squad are, like, dire on a whole nother level. Because the vibes of that game are not just, you know, like, the fucking nihilistic capitalism, like, corporate CEO bullshit nonsense, life and death metaphorical nonsense. Even outside of all of that, the vibes of Cruelty Squad are dire in so many ways because it is a game that wants to hurt you. Cruelty Squad is truly impressive in how effectively the design of the game match the vision of the game. But the vision of the game is one of hatred. It is one of nihilism. It is one of I don't know why I put it in the game. I thought it would be kind of funny. I feel fortunate for the 4-hour video about the interesting bits of the game that rescues me from having to play it myself. Yeah, I feel much the same way. It's a game that is it's a game that actively works against being loved. But it is a game that in many ways embraces so many of the most engaging aspects of an immersive sim. Like, you know, the idea of being able to swim out to a random island at the start of a level. Like, oh yeah, the start of this level, if you immediately turn around and then swim across the water to this island and talk to this guy, then he gives you a fishing rod. And then you can go fishing. And then you can catch fish, and then you can sell those fish on the stock market. And then you can play the stock market with your fish money in order to buy every upgrade in the game. It is... It's a game that I wanted to play more of, but was genuinely like, pushed away by how much of the game does not want to be played. Later, Dura. Hope you feel better soon. I have a lot of respect for Cruelty Squad. I also have a lot of disrespect for Cruelty Squad. It is frustrating in that if they just made it like a normal game, then it would be so much fun to goof around with. But in order to reach the level of having fun goofing around with it, you have to overcome so much hostility in the design. And I was not willing to put in the time and effort to overcome playing a game that does not want to be played. I still liked it more than the Demon's Souls remake. Dreamhouse Days DX. This is just the Kairosoft game that I chose to play because I think like every Kairosoft game is now on Steam. The PC versions are pretty rough. A lot of the, like, all of the Kairosoft games are mobile, like, pseudo-idle management style games where you're running an apartment building, you're running a mall, you're running a train station, you're running a golf course, and as you improve your apartment, golf course, whatever, as you improve whatever it is you're managing, you gradually unlock more and more mechanics, like, oh, I did such a good job of helping, like, running this guy's apartment that now he got married and he had a kid, and then the kid grew up and started renting one of my other apartments, and now I have to, like, try and make sure that this kid has a nice enough apartment that he can reach his full potential, because all of the folks have stats and that wants and needs and desires, and that, like, you don't have a lot of direct control over that kinds of stuff, but they are cutesy, like, low intensity, low risk management style games where you're trying to, you know, you get to manage a little thing. You get a little dollhouse full of dudes and ladies and so on to try and run. Or you get a mall or whatever, and all of the games are cute and fun, and, like, they're generally cheap enough to be, like, you know, if you play it for, you know, 10 hours or something, maybe even less, you're probably going to get your money's worth out of just, like, poking around at it and having a good time, and then it's just like, alright, I've kind of gotten enough out of this. The Kairosoft games are I wish the PC ports were better, because they are very clearly ports of mobile games. But I generally dig the Kairosoft games, even if they are not, like, they're not amazing. They're not going to be mind-blowing gameplay experiences. But they're cute, they're fun. If you look at the, like, if you look at the screenshots and gameplay videos and that kind of thing, you know what you're getting into. And sometimes that's what you want. Cruelty Squad is super fucking weird. Felt like I was not getting it 4 levels in, and it was super difficult for reasons I can't figure out. So, like, the game... Cruelty Squad... I can't continue talking about Cruelty Squad for too much longer, but again, it is a game that has a lot of mechanical depth and a lot of interesting things that you can do in that game, a lot of really fun ways you can play that game, but it is a game that is designed to be hostile towards the player in a way that makes it so that if you are not ready and willing to go all in on it, it will not meet you halfway. It is very much a yes or no situation. Yeah, like, Cruelty Squad, it being an immersive sim usually means that, like, just, like, running in and treating it like a straight-up shooter is not the way to go about it. You need to explore the environment. You need to drive your car off a ramp so that you can get to the top floor of this building without having to go through the more heavily guarded lower floors of the building. Or maybe you play the stock market and buy the grappling hook and all that shit. It's ridiculous. It's weird. Anyways, I need to stop talking about Cruelty Squad. For real this time. Wild Frost. Another game similar to Cruelty Squad, but not... It's another game that I wanted to like a lot more than I did. You know, run-based deck builder style game, which I'm generally pretty down with. I mean, Cobalt Core is one of my top games of 2023. Fucking love that game. But Wild Frost has a lot of problems with how it wants to be approached that does not jive with the way that I play that kind of game. In that, Wild Frost is generally pretty hard, and that's not necessarily a problem in itself. I can dig difficult games. I am willing to bash my face against challenging games, but it is a game that wants you to It is a game that treats every turn as high impact, high importance. Because it's a challenging game, you really need to be paying a lot of attention to everything that you're doing. And the problem that I have with that is that there are too many things to do on every turn. There are too many... like, there is too much to do on any given turn in Wild Frost. Because you have, like... you have a bunch of units, and you're often moving the units around to be exactly where you need them to be for every single turn. You have your own actions that you're taking of attacking enemies directly, or applying effects on your units, or placing temporary, placing a temporary blocker or obstacle on the field. Every single turn is a puzzle. And I was just not... that's not what I wanted. I was not willing to put in the amount of, like, thought and effort into Wild Frost that Wild Frost expects of me. And I respect it. I respect Wild Frost. I think it is overall a well-designed game for the people who are interested in that kind of experience. I know N recommended that game so highly, and they love that game a lot, and they've played it a lot. But that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the challenge. They're looking for the opportunity to make a lot of game decisions, and having, like, so many of those game decisions be of, like, such high import and high impact on the result of the battle. And I just wasn't willing to put in the amount of effort that the game wanted out of me. So it's like a B. It's somewhere in the B's because I think my enjoyment was such that it ends up in a lower tier. I don't think it is like B in terms of quality. I don't think it's a bad game in the slightest. It's got a cute cat girl in it. How could it be bad? But it's just not for me. Civ 6, I thought I was in the mood for Civilization, and I kinda wasn't. I don't know if I will ever truly engage with a Civilization game the way that I used to, especially with Civ 5. I think a lot of the things that Civ 6 does differently are interesting and make it enough of its own experience that it's at least worth trying if you were a fan of Civ 5. But I think it requires a bit too much micromanagement for me to like sit down and go brain off and just play it for a dozen hours in the same way that I played Civ 5, and, you know, I'm not that good at this kind of game, so going brain off is not usually how you do it, but it wasn't quite for me because of those changes, the changes warranting a lot more, you know, the district stuff. The district stuff didn't do it for me, because then I have to, like, be so particular about how I position my districts, and everything felt so cramped and crowded. Yeah, managing cities feels like so much more of a cool puzzle. I respect that, and I think that is overall a good change for, like, innovating and changing things up from Civ 5, but it ends up adding too much busy work compared to how I generally wanted to play Civ 5. I guess I just wanted a simpler game. So, not because, again, another example of not because it's bad, but it's B tier because it just wasn't what I wanted when I played it. Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 is the best Street Fighter game, probably. I have a lot of respect for the modern and simplified control schemes and the way they handled them. The idea of calling the modern control scheme the modern control scheme instead of the simple control scheme or anything like that, I think that made it, like, I think that decision is so small but so impactful of how people view this new control scheme and how the new control scheme was handled, because there are ups and downs to it. There is value to playing the modern control scheme, and some characters play a bit better with the modern control scheme because their tool set is designed around the modern control scheme first. So some characters benefit just from the fact of not having to do an input motion. Like, being able to react that slight bit faster can be a game changer, depending on your skill level, and it made it a hell of a lot more approachable. Just being able to press the special button to throw a fireball instead of going through the process of learning how to properly do a quarter circle, and then not just that, but getting enough practice to reliably do it in a fight. I like the modern control scheme a lot. I love the visual design. What a cool looking game. And I think the cast, like, even just the starting roster of characters, felt very strong. It felt like it had a lot of characters that you wanted to play. A lot of characters that were engaging and fun designs. It felt like there was a good variety of playstyles. So I'm curious how, like, what the DLC roster is going to end up looking like, because the roster for Street Fighter V ended up fucking crazy. And I'm also curious, like, if over the course of releasing more and more DLC, if they're going to expand the World Tour mode. And I liked the World Tour mode a lot. I think having a create a character is so much fun in this kind of game, and being able to modify their skill set and like play dress up with them, like, I loved all that stuff. That stuff was a lot of fun. But I need that World Tour mode to get some optimization passes. Because even with my new badass video card, World Tour mode is still choking. For seemingly no good reason. Which is frustrating. So, I mean, it's still an S tier. Like, I love fighting games more in practice than I do, or in theory more than in practice. Like Guilty Gear Strive, God, I fucking love Guilty Gear Strive. I have played so little Guilty Gear Strive. So it's still super good. It's still one of the best games to come out in 2023. Even if I were to never play that game again, I would still be pretty happy with the experience that I had with it. Resident Evil 4 Remake. I had only played Resident Evil 4, the original, fairly recently, and I had a fantastic time with it. I knew I was going to like it, just from everything that I knew about that game, watching multiple playthroughs of it over the years, because I could never... I always avoided it because I hate gory player character deaths. Like, violent player character deaths. And so, you know, I knew about the player character death of, you know, even very early on, of Leon, like, viscerally getting his head chopped off by a chainsaw. And I was never able to handle that. I couldn't deal with it. And so I always avoided it. But when I finally, like, struggled to overcome my fears and my anxieties, I had an absolute blast with the original Resident Evil 4. And then Resident Evil 4 Remake, I felt like it was just across the board a more fun video game. Because the original Resident Evil 4 did suffer in places from the old-timey QTE nonsense. Like, I think my only deaths in Resident Evil 4, the original, were to QTEs. And so, very, very thankful to see less of that going on in RE4 Remake. And the new content was great. The systems that they changed felt meaningful and felt like they changed the game to become its own thing. Like, Resident Evil 4 Remake does not completely replace the original, because the original has a different feel to it. The remake is more action-oriented, and I think they did a really great job of designing the game around being more action-oriented. It's so much fun to play. I had a really great time with it, and they kept so much of what made the original Resident Evil 4 fun and memorable, and it's great. I love Resident Evil 4 Remake. I had a really great time with it, and oh, the Ada DLC is out? Yeah, I definitely need to check that out myself. The most unnecessary yet amazing remake ever. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty accurate. Timberborn. Timberborn is a really cool, like, city building strategy type game. I did not play a ton of it because around the time that I played it, I enjoyed what I played of it quite a bit, but my head just wasn't in it for playing more of it. I think I will probably return to it at some point, but I think the various systems present in Timberborn are all really interesting, of the ways to manipulate the water and what you need to do to provide a steady food source, and like the idea of just intentionally completely flooding a valley so that you can, like, you turn the valley into a lake, so that way you have a huge reservoir of water. And that kind of stuff is really interesting. It does so much stuff that kind of game doesn't normally do. Yeah, I think it presents a challenge in a really interesting way that other city builders and other games of this type, like settlement builders, I guess might be more accurate. Challenges that kind of game doesn't usually provide. And I think there's a lot of value in that. And also, it's fun that all of your citizens are beavers. There's some jank, there are some, like, problems with various systems, like just the idea of how you need to position decorations in like weirdly specific ways, such that, you know, it's not good enough that the decoration is positioned. You need to make sure that your beavers are walking past you have to make sure that they will walk past a wide enough variety of decorations to make them happy. And that results in having to design, like, the more aesthetic parts of your city in weird ways. It's a cool game. I like it. I don't know when the next time I'm going to feel like actually playing it might be, but I think it is a really cool city builder. Or settlement builder, I guess. Like how the maps are designed in order to give the player ideas for big waterworks projects. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good design going on in Timberborn that, like, drives the player to play the game the way that it is designed. Which, I mean, you know, there's only one way to play it. No, but there are, like, you know, there are games that are designed to be, like, a game is designed to be played, you know? And so, obviously there are going to be ways to play the game that the game's design is more, that there are ways to play the game that the game's design is more conducive towards. That's the word I was looking for. So, if you are constantly fighting against the way that the game is designed, then you're probably going to have a worse time. So, the game being designed in such a way as to encourage the player to play the game the way the game is designed to be played, they are likely to have a better time than a game that does not convey its design in as meaningful a way and as impactful a way. Save room. It's like, God, how long was it? It is a short game that is entirely inventory management puzzles, and I had a great time with it. I beat it all in one go. It wasn't very long, it wasn't very expensive, and I had a good time with it. You go in and you just treat it like a puzzle game, and it's... Nope. Lyrics, get out of here. If you go into it knowing that you're just getting a series of inventory management puzzles, and that's something you want, then it's exactly what you're getting, and that's great. Very simple design, not a complicated experience. I liked Save Room. Bayonetta. My wrists hate this game because the expectations that this game places on your ability to mash, and to mash frequently, and to spin the sticks with high intensity. This game, like, Bayonetta 1 has far too much required of the player in terms of, like, real-life physical action. It is genuinely a problem, because Bayonetta is one of the only video games that I have played, just in general, where I can feel... You know the mashing QTs are optional? Sure, but you get bonuses for doing them. You are rewarded for participating in them, so it's like, you don't have to. But you probably should. And... I felt like the game as a whole was also pretty, like, mash-heavy. Not just, like... I felt like I was naturally just hitting a lot of buttons, and a lot of buttons intently, compared to other character action games. Like, compared to, like, Devil May Cry 5, I never had the same kind of, like, soreness in my hands and in my wrists that I do when playing Bayonetta. It is... And, like, that's my biggest problem with the game, really, because I do like Bayonetta a lot. Bayonetta is a very stylish, very fun character action game, and I like character action games. One thing that I want to do this year is I want to play the Devil May Cry series. And also the rest of the Bayonetta games. Or at least 2 and 3. I don't know if I would play the Cereza game. But I like Bayonetta a lot. For as much of a stick in my craw as I will get over how it is a game that makes my hands hurt. It does have some problems with the character action game design of the era. Of you gotta, like, you can't be using healing items. What are you doing? Punished for using healing items, and like, this is me talking. I don't know if that one had lyrics, but... Oh wait, this also has lyrics. Okay, good. Might want to skip 2. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to skip 2. I'm at least going to play 2. I don't know if I'm going to play all of 2. Oh, also, I have played Bayonetta 2 before, so I know that I like it, so I'm looking forward to it. But I have been spoiled by Hi-Fi Rush with its ranking system, not punishing you for, like, it rewards you for doing well, it does not punish you for doing poorly, is the way that I feel about Hi-Fi Rush. The ranking system in Hi-Fi Rush. So, that is one problem that I have with some older character action games, and it's a minor problem. I'm not going to be that torn up about getting a stone rank in a fight. But I will get annoyed by how missable a lot of the bonus things in those games can be. I know they're meant to be played. You know, you're supposed to do 10 playthroughs or whatever, and you'll find some of these bonus objectives eventually, but a lot of the time it's just, alright, you just finished a fight, now go backwards through as much of the level as we will let you, and maybe you will find a fight, and maybe you won't, and do that after every single fight. And that kind of part of its design is annoying, and a lot of that kind of thing is just the way that character action games were made at the time, so it's not really necessarily a problem intrinsic with its design. It is a problem that comes from, like, that aspect of the design having aged poorly. It was the style at the time, yeah. I don't know if I would do a genre run, because I think I would still want to just... Usually when I stream a game, I want to demonstrate, like, first playthrough experience, because I don't want anyone to feel like they've missed out on anything. But yeah, despite all, like, the multitude of minor problems that I have with Bayonetta, and also just, like, you know, some of the fights are too hard, and some of the fights are designed in annoying ways. Like, the fire enemies are just super annoying to fight more than they represent a meaningful challenge. I think overall it is still a pretty great game. So, A tier. It's not quite S, but it's pretty up there. Forgot about Centipede. I mean, one of Bayonetta's big demon summons is a big spider, and it's just like, I don't like it, but I can usually deal with it for as long as they are on the screen. Last game. Game of the year, baby. Game of the year every year. Game of the year. God, what? 13 years running? 12, 13 years running? So, rather than, like, spending a lot of time talking about Skyrim, because it's just like, it's Skyrim. It's still Skyrim. And I like Skyrim. I still like Skyrim. You know, the likelihood of me doing a full playthrough, even with a super heavily modded mod list or anything like that, pretty low, but I do enjoy diving back into that world and messing around with it, and, you know, I'll play for, you know, maybe a couple dozen hours, and I'll have a good time playing Skyrim. What I want to talk about with putting Skyrim on this tier list is I want to talk about how crazy modding Skyrim has gotten. I mean, Acker showed me one mod, and the mod was like, it adds a clambering system to the game, so that if you jump towards, like, the ledge of a roof, then you'll be able to pull yourself up onto that roof. Yeah, it's like mantling. Yeah, it's like, just the prospect of that kind of thing is ridiculous. And the amount of, like, tech, the amount of knowledge that you have to have with modding Skyrim to make something like that happen is ridiculous. It is truly absurd. And so, you know, mods have gotten crazy. Just the kinds of things that mods can do. But more than anything else, I want to talk about Wabbajack. And what Wabbajack is... Wabbajack? What Wabbajack is... It is an application that will take instructions from a specifically designed, like, mod pack, and it will install that mod pack for you. And I found one of these for... what's it called? What was the one? What was the one that I used? Hang on, let me... It wasn't... I think it was... Okay, no, it was Skyfurry. I installed Skyfurry, the Wabbajack mod pack. And Skyfurry, fundamentally, is just like... Skyfurry itself is just a mod that has a bunch of prerequisites of several other, like, furry race mods, just like wolf people and stuff. And it will use those mods to replace all of the human races in Skyrim with various furries. And it's like, haha, pervert, whatever. So I was interested in, like... I was interested in that because it's like, oh, getting that kind of thing working used to be awful. I remember, like, the old furry age of Skyrim, which did a similar thing but way worse, at the time that I had last looked into it, which was some years ago. So I found Skyfurry and thought, okay, this is pretty cool. This seems like it works pretty well. And I went through the whole process of setting up a mod list, getting all the prerequisites working, getting all the basics working, and I got it working. It was like, okay, great, this works really well. And then I start digging through the Discord for Skyfurry and being like, all right, what other recommended mods do you have, armor replacers and stuff like that. And I found that someone had made a Wabbajack installer for Skyfurry, and it included, God, how many mods? A truly ludicrous number of mods. And I'm pretty sure the Skyfurry Discord is, like, super not safe for work if you're interested in looking this up. I'm pretty sure there's a safe for work version, but the Discord specifically, that's hella horny zone, so beware. But I found the Wabbajack, and it was, I think, at, like, over 100 mods. And I got it going, and the actual process of doing this, like, you need to like, you will need to be logged into your fucking Nexus Mods account, and what it will do is it will point you, it will, like, take you to the mod page for each of the required mods, and it will say you need to download this specific file. And doing this for like over 100 mods takes a while, having to do it like for each individual mod, but that's only if you don't have premium. If you have Nexus Mods Premium and you just sign in with your Nexus Mods Premium account, then it will handle that basically entirely automatically. There's a couple of mods where sometimes it'll be like, hey, we need to download this specific file, and I can't really do that by myself. And you go, okay, and you click the file, and great. So it goes through this process and downloads every single mod that you will need. And sometimes some of them are separate programs, like Skyrim Script Extender. You still need to go to a specific website to download that for some reason. So it'll take you to the Skyrim Script Extender website and be like, you need this version. Great. Once you have all that shit downloaded, it will set up everything for you. Everything. It will install every mod. It will set up every config file. It will set up your load order. It will organize your load order. It will, it'll link every, external program into the mod manager so that you can just open up the programs with the mod manager, and it'll, open up that program to be using your specific settings based off of whatever profile you're using on the mod manager. And all you really need to do once you have gotten the Wabbajack installer running, and if it runs successfully, all you need to do is open up the mod manager and click play. And you are playing a fully configured, completely functional mod pack of over 100 mods, tons of compatibility patches between all of whatever fucking total overhaul mods, new cities, combat changes. It was truly astounding. I was genuinely amazed at how well that whole process worked. The technology of modding Skyrim has gotten to the point that now, if you can find a Wabbajack installer that has everything you want in it, you don't even need to go through the whole process of installing Skyrim mods yourself. And that's amazing to me. I think it is, if you've wanted to go back and play some Skyrim, you could maybe find one of these Wabbajack packs to just install a bunch of mods for you and, make it into a whole new experience for you. It's great. It's really great. And I mean, there's only so un-Skyrim you can make Skyrim. There's only so much you can change that game before it is no longer, there's only so much that you can change about the game to make it not Skyrim. You can change a lot. And I think that's very cool. And so, I mean, I would give whoever developed Wabbajack an S rank, but for Skyrim itself, it's still only an A tier. Super Mario 64 and Skyrim win. There is a Mario mod for Skyrim. It adds a bunch of Mario and Luigi and Princess Peach outfits. It adds fire flower staffs. It adds the big hammer as a weapon. At the end, you fight Bowser. Yeah, Skyrim modding, is pretty wild. But yeah. So that's it. I went a little bit over time, and my throat might be a little sore for Yakuza tomorrow. It'll probably be fine. I've been hydrating. I'll be alright. But let's just take a slow scroll. I will be posting a full image, or potentially multiple images, of the tier list on the Discord. The exact positioning of these games is not particular. You know, within the lists, there's a lot of wiggle room for any individual game. You know, the Mario parties are probably higher up the C rank than it might seem. Because I do enjoy the Mario parties, but I am not going to spend the time to position every single game within every single tier to be exactly best to worst within that tier. Not just because that would take a lot of time, but because that would be impossible, because my exact feelings on where these games rate in comparison to each other is constantly shifting, except for, like, this one. Yeah, if I wanted to make an exact ranking of all of these games, I would have done that instead of a tier list. But yeah. I have now talked about every game that I played last year for a total of... what, like 8, upwards of 9 hours over the course of this stream and last stream. I had fun. I hope you folks enjoyed these streams as well. We're getting back to normal, getting back into the swing of things tomorrow. Upcoming streams. So tomorrow, Tuesday, depending on your time zone, we're getting back to Yakuza Like a Dragon. I am very excited to continue that because we're getting deep into that plot. We're getting to some cool shit going on, and I'm very excited to share that with all of you. Thursday, I think I had more of a specific idea on what I was doing Thursday on Saturday, and I've kind of forgotten. There's a lot of games that I want to play more of. I think I want to try and get through some one-offs, some, just check out a game for a stream, maybe even like not an entire stream, just to check things out. Start the year off without a bunch of new obligations, because I want to get back to Final Fantasy 16. I want to get around to Bayonetta 2. I want to get around to Devil May Cry. There's a lot of games that I want to stream, but I don't want to start any long-running streams right away, is the big thing. So, Thursday, Saturday, and probably next Monday, at the moment, will probably be some one-offs, some variety, and I do want to do at least one more Cobalt Core stream, so there will probably be some Cobalt Core somewhere in there. But we're gonna mix things up. We're gonna try some stuff. We're gonna explore the space and have a good time. So I hope everyone had a good time. We've got some notifications. Thanks again to Nowcat for the resub, Naocat for the resub, Dan for the 7 gift subs and $25 donation, Tarn for the resub, Cult for the resub, Tox for the resub, and Dura for the resub. And Digi is currently streaming GeoGuessr, maybe? Hang on, I need to refresh. I don't know if Digi is streaming GeoGuessr again. That might be the UI being bad. That was the UI being bad. Great. Thanks, Twitch. It was giving me the raid options as of the end of stream on Saturday night. Sorry for everyone that I just lied to inadvertently. Vinny is currently playing Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. Games Done Quick has an Alan Wake 2 run of some variety going on. Salty Bet is going. All that jazz. If you have any other recommendations for folks to raid, feel free to link them in the Discord once the stream has ended. I'm gonna raid Vinny because I'm probably gonna go watch his stream for a little bit and see if he's doing anything weird with it. But thanks again, everyone, for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff. And hopefully I will see you all again on Tuesday for Yakuza Like a Dragon. Have a good one.